Yo, yeah, figured I'd jump on. I got to kind of grind on some last details for a side project I've been working on. It's for a resort. Um, yeah, I did the design 2 years ago, pre-pandemic, um, and then, yeah, pandemic happened. So you can't, well, Fiji just shut down basically. So they didn't really need a website. Fiji's opening back up. They need a website. So insert this big idiot. Um, so yeah. Adam, yo, what's up, man? Yeah, I have not been streaming. Isaac, what's good, man? Yeah, this is also like probably not gonna be the most interesting. If you have any other questions, and it's kind of a random time. I don't usually do weekend streams. But if you have any questions, definitely don't be shy to ask. I've been getting a lot of great emails in response to the reel, some of like the comments on some of the past streams. It's great. People are watching those and getting something out of it. So I did want to come back and kind of get this going. So Bashar, what's up, man? Um, yeah, I guess there's some other people besides me who see Saturdays as an opportunity to work. But yeah, this is kind of where things are at right now. It's not the craziest site by any means. Like, it's not gonna really win awards. It's kind of somewhere in the middle of like, I'm seeing it as like a building block. Like I can build this out over time, kind of with some partnerships. You can see I've been breaking things. Um, but I did the framework about a year and a half ago, and since then I've done a lot of work on my own site and learned a lot of things in terms of like best practices, how to make things work. There's a lot of like class cleanup um, that's got to go on. There's a lot of like interactions. Oh, yes. So the idea is that it's like kind of a very singular sort of experience. It's trying to do like a lot more storytelling and just kind of generate hype. Um, some of these like hover interaction stuffs are all pretty greasy in how it's done. Um, Yesterday I was working on this like reservations tab, which that doesn't look too good. um, so all these little things like I'm just kind of finding because I did get final content that I need to drop in and stress test and then make it tie into the CMS. So all super exciting stuff. I mean, I don't know how much value everyone's going to get out of that, but yeah, if it's not web related, definitely don't be shy. Um, I might not deep dive into stuff that's not this right now, but I'll see what I can do to try and help out however I can. So a lot of these like sizing things, I've kind of like how I size fonts responsively has changed a lot. Um, Typically, I try and do M units. I'm not even going to bother with this. Um, Hold on one second. All right. But yeah, and also trying to like just do something different with like kind of bending the radio buttons in Webflow into like these full like expanded options. Kind of interesting. Like that's the thing with this. It's like it's more practice. I can apply some of these things to my site if I ever want to update my forms, any kind of thing like that. But yeah. And this is first like client website. So looking at how they populate content. So this is a whole other side of it of creating these CMS collections. So all of these carousels on this homepage are powered by CMS collections, so they can just drop in. It updates the caption. Should have conditional visibility. up to 5. So if they don't add it, it just doesn't, like, it hides basically. So all these little things like dealing with clients, and then you start going through the CMS and you can do all these limitations in terms of copy, which you always bake into the design, but now like they're just putting in live content, and like there's not a QA team to do it, there's not a dev team to do it. It's like if they break it, like I gotta go deal with it. So yeah, I'll probably stop rambling there. I do want to figure out like the intro, which being really strange. Right now it does that hard cut, but it's not supposed to do that hard cut, and I can't quite figure out what's going on. I did have an issue. So Webflow was, I don't know what goes on. Sometimes if you duplicate either animations or if you duplicate classes, it doesn't update the connections of like what's being modified in here. So it'll say like preload or out, but like if you click on the link or the div in the navigator, it doesn't light up. It'll be exactly that. It'll even be the class of exactly that, and it won't tie to it. I don't know what it is. I think it's about duplicating classes that already have interactions on it and then changing the combo class. I know it's kind of like a random and obscure workflow, but for me, like I would create these, I mean, I can show, I'm dealing with it on my site. I'm trying to add drop downs. So there's like a lot to be said about the navigation of my site right now. And so I'm trying to get these to work, but I basically duplicated the interactions, like the whole structure of the dropdown was duplicated. And when I tried to port that over to the different triggers, it didn't update it. This looks really bad. I think I broke that. It's also this XL viewport. That, yeah, that's more about like how I test it, and it's funny because I have an XL display, I guess you could call it that, but I never actually QA test it because there's these navigators and animations and stuff on the side. So, but if all the complaining devs I've worked with in the past, anything over 1440 is like a super edge case. So don't worry about it, I guess. But yeah, you see how it disappeared there? There's weird stuff going on with interactions. And I literally like was staring at it and dissected everything in it, and it was all technically correct, supposedly, but then not everything was actually being triggered by the click. So fun stuff. But see the out right now, it's supposed to do like this clean fade, but it's not. And so I don't know if I need to, instead of fading out the preload overlay, if it's more about fading in the content. It's, I mean, 6 of one, half a dozen of another, basically at the end of the day. But the only problem with that is if you enable, like, I don't know if deep linking's, no, it's not deep linking, but like you can link to specific sections within a website. And that is particularly useful for, like, let's say the island resort wants to like tell someone about a specific, like they're asking about like surfing experience, and they want to know about like, oh, like what's Cloudbreak like, they can link to this URL. And so if you have a fade in, you kind of have to have the full body fade in versus like just the hero, because sometimes you're going to have side door traffic or like deep link or whatever the hell it's called. But again, probably a super edge case, but it kind of bugs me in my OCD. So you could argue all this stuff kind of should be within a div, but that's what I did on my site. So that's one of the learnings, was like I put everything within a like a parent div in order to do like the transitions of like fading in, fading out. But you see the dropdown doesn't live within that, so it doesn't actually do it. See, this is fun. Websites are fun. Um, quick question: why you're streaming on YouTube and not on Twitch, for example? So, funny story. I am on Twitch. I am multi-streaming. Sebastian, it's so I started on YouTube thinking that was going to be the lower barrier for entry. It seemed like Twitch was more of like a gaming niche, whatever you want to call it. And so I didn't think a lot of people had Twitch accounts, so I more assumed that people would be inclined with already having a Gmail account or YouTube account to subscribe and follow there. And um, I think that's happened. That's kind of why I'm still on YouTube right now. I had some momentary idea of shifting everything to Twitch because I think there's more streaming tools. Let me see if I can get that link for you, by the way. No. Why not shamelessly plug? So if I can put that, I don't know. Oh, I can't put it in YouTube chat. It's twitch.tv/John Way Studio. Someone took everything shorter than that. But yeah, if you want to follow on there, definitely feel free to go on there. And if you're on Twitch, also on YouTube, where yeah, hopefully more like actual video content will go. I've been talking about this. If you watch some of the past streams, I've been talking about this grand master plan, and I haven't done much of it. I've been the real side updates, side projects. I'll get there. Have you checked out Theater.js? It provides a timeline for animating Three.js objects, allows to focus on the animation rather than the code. I have not seen that. Theater.js. Because I know I was talking with I'm glad you can't see how I spelled theater. That was embarrassing. Let's pull this up here. Interesting. It's pretty cool. I'd be curious how you could tie it into Webflow. But it's one of those things that like Webflow has the native integration of interactions, and I absolutely think it could be better. I'm like when you start getting into more complex like this becomes pretty tough to track. I wish they had something like a timeline view where they had all the layers broken out and you can kind of track like here's your keyframes against the broader timeline mapped to each layer instead of like you can't even really organize these. It's all time based. So it's like here's your initial state and like here's so this is basically the animation that's happening on load in. Oh. Well, so I need to update this. I changed the class name of this. It's this guy. Target. No. Yeah, there we go. So this needs to become class as well. There we go. And so also a big ask of this was to have like imagery being super impactful. I mean, it's such a beautiful place. Problem is like they have a ton of photographers they work with and they all shoot and grade differently. And like if you're trying to present a consistent brand, like good luck. And so it looks all over the place. But it's is what it is. They don't want me to do color grading. I've offered to shoot content. Maybe eventually. But yeah, interactions. So that's where like I get into like the homepage load in. The preloader in. So it cycles through the background colors that happen on the home page as well. And so there is a color system as well. So I don't know, see it. If I'm just rambling, just go ahead and tell me to stop. I'll just keep going. Like each one's got its own colors code basically. So resort is kind of like the color of the sand. Experience, most of it being water based, is based on a blue color, although it's all around the ocean essentially, and island is green. And so there's kind of like this overall color system worked in, and so the preload goes through all of them. One of those things I don't think anyone's going to give a shit about, but it's kind of like, I can do it, why not? And so this is where I start getting confused on what the problem is. Because if you play each of these individually, so this is the preload in, so like it plays this animation and holds until it's done preloading. In which case, when a page finishes loading, it should do preloader out, which it has the same copy, which fades out, and then the background fades out. And then you hide the class entirely so it doesn't mask any sort of click events. Pretty long preloader, all things considered. Like 5.5 seconds is pretty fucking long. Or no, almost. No, it is. Yeah, it's 0.5. And so there's a lot of, for me, I don't fully understand like some of the nuance of when you set as initial state and when you don't. Like for the second half of a preload animation, you set the out as the initial state of the like completed preload. So then the initial state for this matches with the end state of this. I feel like I've tried that and it hasn't worked, but let's find out. There you go. If your preload is not working properly, then make sure you have the initial match. The initial set to, what is it? Set as initial state. Which makes sense. Like in theory, like you want the initial state of the preload out to be an exact duplicate of what is happening on the preload in. Unless you don't, unless you want like some shift to happen, but probably not. That makes me happy because I could have sworn I'd done this and I had no other course of action. And I'm sure if you're looking at my interactions, you're looking at all these router link hovers on and off. And this might be something I can update. Because if you do things and you apply them to a class, but you have multiple instances of it, you can change like what it's affecting. So it's only like the children of that class versus all. So if you have like one title, but you want the children of that to animate on hover, you keep it just to that. Or if you don't specify, it animates all of them. So initially, before I really explored that menu, I got the impression that I have to create unique non-class based animations for each of them, which is highly redundant and a huge pain in the ass. Like it works and I almost don't want to undo it, but it's one of those things. Like I'm kind of like, I have to get this site done by tomorrow, more or less, because they want to launch. So all these like cleanup things, it's kind of like I got to triage it a little bit. But I think this loading could be a lot more impactful. And so one request they have, so if you go to like all these accommodations, any of these secondary pages, they're all like super templated. It's like basically one sub-page design, and that's pretty much it. So the idea is like we have the full screen imagery. It kind of like does the bars in almost on like a cinematic, like cropping it closer to 16:9, although it's not going to resonate with anyone besides me. That's fun. Any of these work? They do. So I want to retain that on the homepage. And so I don't think that's going to be a problem. The only thing that's a little strange, you may have noticed, See if I can play it again. Well, now it just didn't work. All right, it's on the live stream. It worked, and now it's not working. Let's publish this. This is where you want to pull your hair out with Webflow sometimes. Now that I don't have a shaved head, I can actually do that. And so you'll like hair on my desk. I'm just like, oh. But you see that flash too? So that's the carousel animating on like a fade. And the fade is happening like just after the transition's kind of done, but it's not really transitioning. So I don't know why that worked and then didn't work. Unless I just did something stupid. Did I uncheck? Did not. And if anyone in the stream knows what's going on, by all means, like, save me. Oh, like, why? I was fully ready to just like start getting into the imagery of it, but there's nothing worse than intermittent problems. Like, if things just flat out don't work, like, that's fine. I get that. I messed something up and I gotta go fix that. But if it's gonna work sometimes and then not others, I don't know where to start to fix it. Like, I may just like start unchecking this again. Maybe it's not supposed to be that, and I just spent a couple minutes telling people it should be that. Nope, that didn't do it. So strange. And so this is also the problem with the interactions. Like, there's kind of some nuance to it in terms of like when things break and how you break them. Like, I'm trying to think of like an easy way. It tries to highlight it. Like, if you don't have like an initial state for something, it's a little different on this out. I don't think they require you to have, like, on the second half of these animations, you can basically have a start and out. The out doesn't require you to have a start because it could be inheriting something from the beginning. But on the front side, if you don't always have that, it tries to highlight it, but it doesn't always. It's really strange. I'm like really spacing on an example right now. So I'm kind of useless in some senses, but oh, well, we just lost all history. So I think I'm just gonna build out the animation anyways, figure out why it's not working. So I'm gonna put this into basically a parent div. And this is where also it gets frustrating working with Webflow. You can't select multiple layers at once. States, I don't want this to be in. So I basically now have control over all body content. Like, it is that easy in some senses, but if you're gonna do it across the board, it's kind of a pain. Yeah, it did work the first time. I'm glad I'm not crazy. I was so pleasantly surprised. Like, it actually worked. But yeah, we'll build out the interaction anyway, and then I still don't know where to start for troubleshooting it, but you know, we can live a little. So this is where I don't know if I need to add this in. I want this. Well, so I'm trying to think about, like, I should probably be more strategic about how I want to do this. Yeah. So another thing I need to do. So I have the separate desktop nav and a mobile nav, which I haven't had on my site. My site, I just run like I just start hiding divs or hiding different elements in order to make it fit. and reducing spacing, and it kind of works. I could do it here, but I think they want a mobile navigation. So I never had to kind of had these live side by side. So this is something new for me too. So this is so C is container navs. And so one thing I'm thinking is as this transitions in, I'm going to want to be able to control just the navigations as a load in. And so this preloader is very specific to the homepage. I might want to have like load-in sequences and transitions later on other sites or other pages, but for now I'm just going to stick with homepage for now, and then kind of look at like how I want to scale things. Because again, like if I have to have this done by Sunday, I kind of need to set my own expectations. So preloader. And so this is where like I could pretty much just hide. No, I need to fade out the content. So I'm fading out the content here, but then I'm fading out so it's like a sequence. But if there's nothing on the homepage, I don't really need to do this. I can just hide it. And then, so once the preload content's gone, it's basically hiding that div entirely and revealing the homepage underneath, which then I would start the animation in. So for this, I think I'm going to do that. And so this is where I also don't know, like, do I need to force the preloader to show? So this is where I started adding things in as a way of troubleshooting. It is set on show on the first portion of it. It should be showing. Like that shouldn't be a question. And like, I don't know if that's causing a problem or not. It helps to add it when I'm in the editor and trying to troubleshoot, because a lot of these different states I'll have hidden by default. So this overrides what I have set through the navigator, so I can see these different states. So now if I bring it back, like now it's forcing to show it in spite of it being hidden in the navigator. I want to just test that real fast. If I delete that. Now I got an additional flash. I don't know. So we can have it happen after this. So preloader, once it fades out, this should be 0 seconds. So immediately after it's done hiding the preloader, then I have the nav show up. And the nav is initial state of 0, fades in. So here's to see how this. Yeah, there's some hitch happening between it. I don't know what that's about. But you can see the navs fading in slightly later. So the way I like to do it, I don't know if I want to do this for every page. And I don't think I have it systemized enough. This is like, so for me, I look at the initial load as like really trying to introduce people and tell a story, like especially for something like this where it's like this is the whole island, like there's kind of a mystique about it and you want to kind of intrigue people. Like having like a very specific introductory moment I think is important. So this is going to be just for this page, and I think it's going to be a lot more like, I don't want a fucking second preload on sub pages. People are going to be bouncing out of that thing so quickly. Okay, so we got the nav fading in, and it could be later like I get more nuanced and I stagger the load in of each of these nav items. Again, it's one of those things that's like, it helps build like a general perception that everything's kind of like really refined, but we'll get there. I think I'm going to be building this site out for a couple years and kind of evolving it. So I'm not going to sweat too much. Hero opacity, duplicate. So this can happen. Well, I don't know if that's even useful for me to break down like what the different. I don't know if people who are watching know Webflow or they don't know Webflow. So if like what I'm doing is just super confusing. Oh, yeah. Okay. Like the difference between having these together and separate. Like, is that useful? Yeah. So it does kind of work, but one of the requests from them was to have the full bleed imagery here. And the part of the problem is that I didn't that way. Don't know if I know how to do this. Let's see if we can. So it would probably be coming in here. So we want scale. I don't feel like this is the best way to do it, but I'm just gonna try it. Two. Wait, where's 1.2? That's pretty good size. 4, 7. And then so I might need to add like a move in order to get. I wonder if a Z move would do it. I've never really used that before. So this is what should be 0, 0. So this is going to be kind of a guess and check as far as I can tell. So I know I need to move it down for the initial state. I don't know how much. It probably should be view height. Take a look. Yeah, it didn't do it. I think this needs to be set as initial state. That's what's bugging out. Oh, that's because the hero opacity hasn't. So this might just go. Not the way to do it. It's crude. I think there's got to be a better way to do it. So the way I'm doing on the other pages, I'm just masking in, but that's not going to work here. Is there a background on this? That could be causing problems. There is. So the hero anchor. So let's move this stupid thing up at the end. Duplicate. So this would be, I think it's 10 view height. Go, 12 view height. So now it should. So the move I think I was trying to adjust was for what's it called? For that, like, it looked like the image was being cropped there, so I was trying to move it down. I don't think I necessarily have to do that. Wait, what? And I know like the move is like really rough. We'll just like duration and easing once it's kind of there, because it's easier to like make sense of things when it's linear interpolation. Personally don't know Webflow, just know vanilla JS and React. Yeah, I mean, I wonder like for for people like you who know the ins and outs of like proper JS, like if this is even useful for you, or if you'd rather just do this via other methods, like I don't know if this is something you can do in vanilla JS. I've heard it. I don't know anything about it. This is what's so funny about people coming to me like, oh, I thought you were a developer. Like, no, I most certainly am not. I should not be viewed as a developer. 1.7. So what I should be doing in realistically is starting here and then scaling back instead of the opposite. But structurally, that's kind of a, I don't know how that's going to work. This image quality is terrible. Well, this is where I kind of like to just keep moving. So I know I want this duplicate, so we'll have the title load in after. Oh, yeah, it's because I didn't do it. So the fade in bugs me. I wish there was a way to do like, there's a way to do it. It's just whether I want to do it. Like if I do each of these letters one by one. So I basically break each character out into its own div and then animate them individually. There's no way that I know of doing like offset type animations. Like I think this is where Lottie would be great because you can do it. There's a plugin called Text Evo, I believe, where you can animate. I don't know the exacts of how it does it, but it basically lets you animate a bunch of type based on like by letter, by word, by line. Super powerful, if you ask me. But this is again where I feel like this is sort of an important moment, so I might just do it. So sorry if you hear a lot of noise outside too, by the way. There's a 10K that literally like circles around my place right now, and so there might be a lot of people. I add that in here. Horizontal, center. So this will be T, Tavi, letter. And so the letter spacing gets properly messed up. But it doesn't seem that bad. Yeah, so this is where like that really aggressive -3 doesn't work for every character. So I might have to make combo classes and then just kind of walk these back. Okay. This is the best way I've found to do it. There's probably better ways. Sally, oh man, that's good. I do live. Finally responded to your email, man. Jesus Christ. That wasn't too bad. There's been some emails sitting in my inbox for 2 weeks. It gets to a point where it's like, I haven't responded. They probably wrote me off anyways. There's definitely some very thoughtful emails I need to respond to. So if you wrote some, don't hate me. I'm just really bad. I'm gonna start implementing a auto response to my email because I think people just get like rubbed the wrong way when I just don't respond for a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. And I'm tired of apologizing. I've done that too. Yeah. I'd rather not have to do that every time. Let's see. Bucky smashing out today. I am on. So this is a side project I started about 2 years ago, pre-pandemic. As you can imagine, yeah, not a lot of travel going on to remote islands, especially with Fiji. They shut down entirely. So this got put on the back burner. There's a lot of greasy code. I learned a lot since I did this, so I'm kind of fixing that. Trying to get this animations to work. This intro animation, if you just jumped on, you definitely missed this. It worked at one point. It does not work now. There's like that hard jump. I still don't know what's going on. No feelings on my end. You do you. Hey, I didn't think you were gonna catch feelings on that one, man. Yeah, it's been bad though. It's more of a general thing. Yo, Tonio. Looks great. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. I feel like I did this as like I went to. I think this is. I probably shouldn't say what font this is. It's Tavi Serif, but it's like it became super popular and now it's not as popular, so it's kind of like a deep cut all of a sudden. I think at least. So I actually don't need this. So I'm gonna do this one by one. Not opacity. Move. So move and view width or us. Oh, I can always move it. Move 0 view width. That's also important. That's one of the other things I was trying to remember of like why things can go sideways, but it doesn't tell you. So if you have mixed units, if you ever change your units from like what it's moving, so the Y position is moving off of the view width, that's because that's how the height or the font size is being calculated. If you ever change that to pixels, but you don't change the initial state to pixels as well, like it just weird stuff starts happening. So if you do that, just be mindful. That's all. And this is going to be super painful. So this is what 13 view width. Move 13 width. Move. This is the only way I know how to animate them individually. Sal, do you know a way of doing offset? Like if you animate a class, you can create any sort of offset between them or delay. As far as I know, it can't be done. I'm gonna be bummed if you tell me like right as I finish. No, I wouldn't. I'd be happy and appreciative. I just probably wouldn't do it. I'll do it next time. All right. Move And so this is, I'm just gonna, so if I do, I like out quad 1. A little slow. Yeah, I'm just gonna get rid of this delay. Tired of waiting. I'm wildly impatient. Okay. So the benefit of this, of trying to figure this out up front at least, and like selecting the out quad is like you don't have to go through and do it every fucking time. So if I duplicate, oh no, that duplicate. I can't tell how many bookmarks I have of my site. Because I always push Command D and then that's bookmark. And then I just hit escape real fast and then I just find like 12 bookmarks for my site. It's great. So if I do 0.25, change the target to this. And now this might be a little long. Might need to be less than that. Could be worse. And this is where it's like it's really easy to do all these animations, but sometimes it is just, it's like, do I like, how bad do I want this? Do I want to sit here and like really make this work, or do I want to try and find an easier way? Maybe that's just me because I can be exceptionally lazy. Not lazy. So I had a friend in high school who had a great name for it. If you ask me, he's not lazy. He's just a convenience enthusiast. Very enthusiastic about convenience. Ah, son of a. Okay. Forgot. Let's see if 0.75 is too much. 0.25 offset. Oh. What? How'd you get there? Yeah, you should be this 0.75. That's a long animation. Wait. Should be 1.25. Oh, I just messed up typing it in. That's why. I think. Yeah. That's just painfully slow. Let's cut it in half. 2.5. Don't do it to me. It's a 0.6. 6. Wow, my brain. I don't think that's right, but I just can't win them all. Yeah, I think I actually did that right. It doesn't seem like it. Okay, math is wrong. You can set up I have on my site GSAP and split text. What in the wide world of sports is GSAP? Split text?
Hi, it's Carl Shu from GreenSock. Today I'm excited
Huh.
to introduce you to split text. Split text makes it easy to break apart the text in any HTML element so that each character word
So where
and
were
or
you?
line is wrapped in its own div tag. When you pair split text with GreenSock's animation tools, you'll find yourself creating impressive text effects in no time. If you've ever tried to split text apart character by character before, I'm sure you've
I
come
have.
across some interesting ways. For
I
one,
have.
you could wrap every character in a span yourself. Ouch. I don't think you want to do that. Or
Oh, I do
perhaps you've
not.
used JavaScript to solve this problem. You could get clever and wrap all your letters in span tags using a sort of simple piece of JavaScript code like this. And when you run it, you would see that each element is wrapped in a span tag. But there's actually a problem with wrapping elements in a span tag. For instance, Chrome won't let you do transforms on spans or inline elements. And IE has a whole slew of issues as well. Well, you might say, why don't we just convert the spans to divs? Well, you could do that, but then things get even weirder. We start using div
Yes,
tags
they do.
instead, and oops, divs are block elements. Well, you could get around that by changing the CSS of your divs. But what happens when we run this code now? Oops, you lose all the spaces. Start adding in the complexity of wrapping each word in a
Carl's a
div,
master
or
salesman.
figuring out where each line should begin and end,
I
and
like
things
Carl.
quickly spiral out of control. And sure, there are jQuery plugins out there that might split your text for you, but split text will allow you to easily split and revert the same text in different ways multiple times. It works back to apply new classes. Club GreenSock members
Love GreenSock. I mean, it's pretty nice. Not gonna lie. Wait, so what if you apply an animation to a class and then you set on each letter because it looks like you're doing it on each letter without an intro animation? What if you apply an animation to a class and then you set on each letter? So that's where I don't think I'd get an offset. I could animate them technically individually, but if I apply it to the class, I don't know if that's what I'm wondering, if I can do a class and then have each subsequent, like, I don't know what, I'd have to apply it to the parent div, but I don't think there's a way of having the parent div be the trigger and then all the children animating on that, whatever specified in the interaction on any sort of delay. I guess that's what I'm trying to do. That makes sense. Actually, scratch that. You want to delay the letters after each previous letter. My idea would work. Oh. I mean, it seems like class would be the way to do it, but it just doesn't, I don't know. Doesn't seem like there's a way. 113. It's still, it's like a eighth of a second, still too much. I don't know if it's the duration that's bugging me right now. Oh, but then if, wait, am I? Wait, no, never mind. I'm not being that dumb. GSAP split text is paid. Instead, split type library is similar, just open source too. That's Theta.js. You guys are coming through with all sorts of rad references today. I appreciate that. Split type. Huh. Well, it auto-completed a split type air conditioning. Don't think that's what we're after. For some reason, GitHub just goes over my head. So pathetic. Just want to see like an example. Like I loved some of the other, like this. Showing the breakdown of like the code pens is super helpful for me. Like this is over my head. I think you have to use Stagger classes from GSAP to manage your animation. So there is no like native way of doing it. Nicola, have you used GSAP with Webflow? It's always interesting. Like, you guys are pushing it so much further than I am. I feel like I'm just like Sal's doing all the locomotive library stuff. I tried doing it. The problem is like so much of my site is done on I have a lot of sticky components, and you have to basically destroy that. There's workarounds, Sal, as I'm sure Sal could tell. There is, and it's via JS. I did it on my site, but to the entire line and not the letter. It's totally doable. That's what I suggested. Oh, coding by hand. Yeah. I was talking to my brother, thinking about like what skill sets I want to develop. He's a product manager and a computer engineer, and he's telling me I should learn to code. And it's like, to get to a level beyond this, I don't think I'm gonna make it. Like I have so much respect for people who like, if you really get into the nuts and bolts of developing, I mean, that's a huge investment. And for me, doing design, trying to figure out video, like I wish I could, because I think I could unlock a lot more stuff. But I don't know. I'm looking for easy answers, unfortunately, which is not ideal. Yeah, there's a big gap here. Should be 0.5. These are all wrong. 0.5, 0.63, 0.75, 1. I think we cut it in half from the initial animation. It just feels strange. I don't know why. I think I had it playing out differently in my head. And the shorter duration, it's doing out quad, and it still feels like it's kind of abrupt, but it's great as I can wholesale. Oh, I just did it now. Cubic. Still feels like there's gaps. My math is not good. Got a jet, homie. Good to see you back in the driver's seat. I don't know if that's what I'd call this, but yeah, good to see you, man. Hopefully I'll be back doing this more. I might try and come back on tomorrow, try and like finish this up, and then off next week, and then the week after that. I should be a lot more regular. I think I'm just gonna start doing music, web updates, like whatever. But I guess if you use the stagger class in your wrapper and Webflow, might be able to work too. By the way, yes, coding by hand helped me a lot in design, because now I used to create design systems way better. I hear you on that, Nicola. I think even to the extent, like for whatever you want to call Webflow, I think it's kind of like a half step. It is, it has helped a lot. Like I've always kind of thought in systems, but it's definitely pushing that even more. Like you really think about, like I used to always just have developers complain about like, oh, you're using 2 different headline sizes, and like, no, there's no reason why you should create 2 separate classes. And then if classes change or things change, you got to update both. Like all those little things, once you start developing it, you really start paying attention to everything. And I love that about it. But yeah, I think like if you hand code, it probably just ratchets that up even higher. Oh, not filter. Let's see. Set this to 0. This right here. So it's kind of like just going across linear fashion. This is preloader, the delay. Oh, I know why. 5, so that's 0-second delay. 0-second, okay. Move feels awful. Like a hitch in it. Move and scale should both be both out quad, both 1 second. It needs to be 2 seconds. Just don't like adding any more time. That is not it. And so I might start having this happen at the same time. So that's what this separation means. Like these don't trigger until this is over. So if you specify any delay, so this is 0 delay, everything's from here on out is delayed off of this initial timing moment. But if I drag these all onto here, any sort of delay will have to be kind of recalculated off of what's the delay off of the initial scale move. And I really think I have to think about like what the implication is. So I think what I have to do, I can't remember how to, I don't know how to do it. Responsive images, because if I'm scaling up at 1.7%, I mean, that's a lot. I think if there's any sort of resolve, I can't, like, I think this image is like maxed out in this moment. You can see some pixelation going on. And that's, gonna check the, this is from Carousel, Home Hero. Yeah, so this is 1500. I wonder if I put in a large image. I don't know how Webflow is going to treat that, because if it tries to generate a responsive image that's optimized for that, it's going to get it as close to that size, I think, with a little bit of buffer. And it'll do that progressively depending on the viewport size at load, I believe. Tabarua, assets, homepage, home hero. I think I only have the optimized. Yeah, let's see if I can find. So I think I was talking about this before. If you ever need to look for large images now that Google got rid of a lot of the different sizing options, like you can't look for XL images anymore. You can with Bing. It's the only time I use. If I can do extra large, I can do at least. Like here, 4,000. And I'm not advocating for pirating any images. Pay for your content. I'm going to get the correct content. This is just for mock-up purposes. I could use any image, really. I could use one of my own as testing, but it'd be kind of nice to see, like if I can show the client, like, hey, we're going to need this image to be pretty big for this initial moment. I don't think it needs to be this big. So then they can source that image correctly. And I can put notes in the CMS of like, for the homepage slider, like minimum requirement. I don't think I can bake in size requirements in Webflow. Would be nice. I mean, 3600, that's pretty big. Let's see. Looking at for file size. 2 megs. Yeah, that's a little big. 40. 1 meg, that's still big. 30. I mean, I don't see a lot of problems with it. I think this is going to be image dependent. There's so much texture in here that you can kind of maybe hide some of the low quality. Let's do happy test. It's 880. I mean, that's a I mean, so you can tell that's already much better. Let's see what happens. I mean, the problem is the hold's not staying as long as it probably will. Plus, I'm going to publish. Sometimes preview with animations, like it's a little jumpy. At least that's what I'm going to tell myself. So I might just have to, like, if it, apparently the course of action is, I believe if I turn off responsive images in Webflow, it'll load the original asset. I mean, that sequence is painfully slow. I mean, the hitch isn't as bad, though. I think is interesting. But you see, so the one thing I did is I took off the 2-second delay on the start of the out, because if it, like, let's say it's cached, it misses the whole transition. So the whole messaging in the beginning like barely shows up there. Why is this not autoplaying? I guess it is very slowly. So I'm looking at the inspector right now. I want to just see like what the full. So right now it's just under 10 megabytes of preload, which I think a lot of people would be saying is too much. Curious if this lazy load works on these carousels. It does. It's not preloading any of these images. It's not even working. Nice. Why is it doing that? Where? Because I don't have a fourth image specified. I have captions, I don't have images. Why? Thought I would have conditional visibility on. This is not being shown. Is it for this? Image 4 is set. It's not set. So it's hidden. Why do I have 4? Oh, I remember why. So this is the same problem I had before. So if you do a CMS powered, I don't know why, getting very emphatic with my hands. If you have a CMS collection or a slider powered by a CMS collection and you have conditional visibility, you're going to end up with a go slide, which you're looking at right here. The way I've found to fix this is, so you, like, let's say I only have, and these all need to be optimized and made better. You put it on the last image. So you have the first, second, these are all in conditional visibility. So those slides aren't going to show up if you don't have them specified. But it's something about like how it calculates the width of it. And so you have to put it at the end. I don't think I have, it doesn't matter. These are all going to get replaced. So I had that phantom one and it should be gone now. Yeah, so now I only have 3. But it's still trying to show a slide that doesn't exist right now. Maybe there's a different problem. It's interesting. I wonder if the preview's just bugging out or if I just messed something up. Quick off topic. I saw your website and loved the initial loader and transitions, the kind of blurry effect. How did you make it? Let's see. Let me just test this real fast. I'm curious to see. See, that doesn't even. Yeah, we'll get that going at the same time. I want to have this load in as this is finishing with this slightly behind. And then as that's loading in, this happens. So it's just kind of like a reconciliation of everything else that's not there yet. Yeah, is this broken for real or is this is broken for real? Slide 3. Sorry, Nicole, I'll get to your question in a second. I just want to see if what I did here. Image 3. What's weird to me, slide 2. So slide 2 is not working either. What's this set to? Name is Home Resort. So this is how I'm referencing that collection, is everything's sourced from that one like carousel. Like, so every carousel is going to be powered by the same collection. I just have to filter it by the name exactly. So it does work. Does it? This is slide 1. Slide 2. Like updating slides. Oh, sorry, whacking the mic. Very professional. It's not easy. Because now like I'm going to the next slide, but it's not updating in my settings. It's still saying slide 2 settings. Which doesn't make sense. It should be slide 3. Slide 3. Slide 2. Slide 1. Slide 2, get rid of conditional visibility. Nothing. This is another like inconsistent problems that just are. Oh, is it because it's lazy loaded? Don't tell me that's the problem. Oh, it might have to. it might be the same thing. So I haven't done a lot of like lazy loading of carousel content powered by a collection. Let's do auto. Well, I'm going to try and leave, come back. Sorry, Nicola, this is turning into a longer thing. Wider. Weird. So how I did the effect, let's see. I don't know what's going on with that. Those carousel sliders, that's the first time I've had that problem. I must have broke it recently. So these are basically, they're created individually. So I created, let me see if I can, you see how like everything kind of like moves and shifts focus a little bit. Let's go to the dashboard. I need a break from that anyways. I need to make more of them. So Evixio? Is that right? What's going on? I don't know how to say. That's why I was like staring at it. I was like, are they Roman numerals? Is that a number? Evixio. Okay. I am like terrible at pronunciation too. So I always get tepid when I see names. I'm like, I don't really know how to do it. Transition in. So each of these have their own sequence. They're all kind of based off the same elements, but the delays are all different. The amount of blurs, the amount of movement are all different. So the idea behind it is all like, it's like if you have a point or like a DSLR, whatever camera you have, I guess like iPhones, you like, it tries to pull focus and sometimes it has to kind of like do a little bounce to it. And so that's kind of what's going on. It's not perfect. I definitely want to refine it. It's on my list of to-dos. I had more dramatic ideas in terms of it being like this big camera shift. Part of the problem is like I do a lot of deep linking into sections of pages, like from all of these right now are going to they're going to the collabs page and then to that section because a lot of it's just like listing grid view, which might change because I've been working on using like the CMS collection. And so ideally they're all going to be like videos like this, some sort of like introduction and then like a scroll queue. Wow, this is not a great layout because there's no content. But it's basically pulling the same structure. I think I can do more with it in terms of like lazy loading things. There's no deep anchor linking. I can bring in video content here. So if I don't have that deep linking, I might be able to do some more of like the dramatic panning because I don't know if I have it. I think I showed it on a previous stream, but basically what I did is I just got my camera and I put like an object on a desk and I just recorded a lot of like pan and like pull focus of like what it happens, like how does my camera specifically try and find focus of something that's moved into frame or you're like looking and turning to it. And so the idea is like it's never the same, like depending on the context. So you can see like transitioning collabs. So this is specific to this page, this sequence. It's kind of more like an upward movement, so it's like different direction pans. And yeah, I broke the link. And so I basically have there's kind of a whole sequence of like having transitions out from all your pages. I think I used someone else's JavaScript. They created something that works with it. I wish I knew where to find that. So if you're asking for like Webflow specifically, that's how it gets to the in, and then all the outs are what are different, which is the outs are technically the load in sequence, if that makes sense. So yeah, it's a lot of just like manual noodling. And it's all like, so this is what I was talking about on the previous page of like why I put everything into this container of content is so I can apply these global effects to everything. And so the main nav sits outside of that. The thinking was, at least initially, that the nav was going to be persistent throughout, but I never quite got that working. There's a lot of like Z index issues. I wish I could. And there's like different states. It's like how I transition in and out of like an active state. So when you're on the collabs page, you have this underline. So then what is that transition of the underline from section to section? And it, like with everything with web development for me, it gets into like this triage sort of moment where it's like, how bad do I want to do that? And it was like, not that bad. So, did I use any custom code on your site? I did. So, one thing I would recommend too is like having, so if you use Webflow, having what I call as aux. So it's like everything that's auxiliary. I create a symbol and I put that on every single page. And so I have these local CSS embeds. And I don't know if it's best practice to embed it within inline like this, or if it's better to do it like above the, like in the head of the document. It's probably better in the head. I believe inline it's not as efficient. I could be wrong. I'm sure someone here can check me on that. But I just would progressively start adding more and more things to it. It's like, so like the CAPTCHA, I started adding in mixed blend modes. There's a couple instances of it. Also for the preloader is not a PNG. So in order to have that transparent look, I just created it on the GIF on a white background and then set it to multiply. So that's how it seems like it's a transparent animation. I do want to make this like a proper, ideally I'd make it like a Lottie thing. And that animation is like the first attempt I took at it. And I'm getting into a lot more like programmatic, like all the things in After Effects. Like I actually did a branding project and the entire brand is based off of like something I did within After Effects to like a generative sort of transition. So there's a lot of power to it, and I want to get that working. But yeah, there's just some things with like blend modes not currently in Webflow. Pointer events, so a lot of like masking of pointer events. I have a whole collection of things that I mask pointer events on. Like transition backgrounds, I don't want people to be able to click that. Ambient shit, so that's like the noise, my very classy classes. And then, so some of these are parent divs, like, so for this div of the nav, to have the whole thing turned off so you can click on content underneath here, but then turning it back on. So see nav item, that's each of these. See logo, turning that back on. Cart wrapper. Cart button. Lightbox styling. I think I got rid of lightbox, so I could probably get rid of this code. That's a whole pain if you want to do that. Not fun. But yeah, that's sort of the custom code I was doing. New reel is super sick. Glad you take time on it. Hey, thank you. Yeah, I think you were here for I did some of the streams on it. It's come a long way. Thank you to everyone who went and checked that out. I don't know if you haven't seen it, so it's on my YouTube channel. Yeah, the reel. 1:30. That took me 6 weeks. Because a lot of this stuff I've never animated before. And I'm gonna start posting that stuff out too as like individual snippets. I'm gonna try and milk it. Like, don't hate me for it. I don't have enough time to like create that much content. So if I can get a little extra mileage, I'm probably gonna try and do it. It's funny because my interpretation was more it is kind of like what happens when I open my eyes in the morning when I wake up, which is amazing, but I completely misunderstood. You know what? It can be whatever you want it to be. It could be, I mean, I feel like it'd be more like you, I don't know, close your eyes and you see my work as like a nightmare versus like, I don't know if this is what I would want to wake up to, but I don't have that lofty of a perception of my work. That's funny though. Yeah, it's always interesting how people interpret it. Like I was having this conversation with who was it? Oh, Tyler. Yeah, Tyler. I don't know if you're in here today or not. He pops into the stream pretty regularly. He's a music major. He's been helping me with my music production, going from entirely tone deaf to so the soundtrack for the reel is something I made too, talking about like a little like chord progression change. And it's like somehow we navigate it into intent and whether intent's important or not, or if the end result is what's important. Very interesting arguments. He sent me, I can't remember the link either. My memory's bad. But basically saying like, you know, intent, depending who you talk to, intent can be important or intent could be, I want to find this now. This is like a very interesting moment. Is it? He'll look back because he just torments me. So he said start this at 1713.
As a person about what I conduct this book, I used to read articles. I don't know why I don't read articles anymore, but I used to read articles where there was a lot of discussion in literature about author intent versus reader experience. And there were lots of people arguing that the author's intent absolutely did not matter. And that made me so angry. Like, what are you kidding? They've spent months or years writing this book. They have crafted every tiny word of it. How can it not matter what they were trying to say? And over the years, I have swung completely to the other side of this argument. It doesn't matter what they were trying to say. All that matters is what you think they said, because that's all you get out of it. Now, I love to read interviews with authors about what they were trying to say, because I always feel like I'm an idiot and I miss the point. But if I just read the book, all I get is the equivalent of what came out of the speakers. That is it. Unless there's a 26-page foreword that walks you through all of the big points, that's all you get. And that's really important. And for composers, it is as well. And just a couple of small examples of this. There was a documentary on Elliott Carter when did he turn 100? Or did he not quite make it? So it must have been his 100th birthday. There's a PBS documentary, which is the equivalent of the only good television station in the US. And there was a piece of his being conducted by Pierre Boulez, and they were having a conversation about the dynamics written into the score. Were these the dynamics that the instrumentalist should try and get out of their instrument, or were these the dynamics that the audience was supposed to hear? Because there are things written in odd ranges of an instrument. So on the bass flute, should they be overblowing because it's written triple forte, but it would only really get out at mezzo forte? Or do they need to bring the rest of the orchestra down so that the bass flute could be the loudest thing in the
Getting a
room?
little more nuance now.
And this is a conversation that you have to have, otherwise your piece is ruined. What comes out of the speakers, which is what comes out of the players, is not what you intended. There's also a great interview with John Adams on an American...
It gets a little bit tangential talking about music and the like intonation and whether that makes it through in the actual like execution of it. You could say that through design, like if you start belaboring design to a finite degree, like but you're not able to capture that in the actual website. Like, did that initial intent actually matter? It's interesting. I kind of go back and forth. Thanks a lot for the explanation, by the way. Amazing. Hey, anytime. Happy to like talk through this stuff. Yeah, it's always, I don't know. It's interesting talking through things that I've kind of just done on autopilot, and sometimes it spurs some thought. Think about thinking. So yeah, glad that was interesting. It was interesting to hear your interpretation of it too. I think that's super fascinating. This is my shift to M units. So I do all responsive size on type, except for body copy. It gets weird. Only fair. Yeah, it's here for full-time opportunity. Why don't you contact big guys like Locomotive or Active Theory? I bet you have tons of contact there. Is LA the problem? I thought you weren't interested in. For full-time opportunity. Why don't you contact big guys like Locomotive or Active Theory? So I've reached out to Active Theory in the past. Really interesting. Like, companies looking at me, I don't think know what to do with me, which I think is fair. Even agencies, because I think I've tried to break out of this idea of like an art director and photographer. Like that was everything. Now it's like creator and collaborator. And trust me, like collaboration, that water's gotten so murky. Like I almost don't like playing. Like collabs just sounds almost tacky, but like for brevity's sake, I don't want to write collaborations out. But people don't know how to look at it through the lens of collaborations. And I think some of these agencies look at me and they still don't really know what I do, which I'm trying to do my best to explain. Long story short, I've reached out to some of these places. Yeah, not much luck there. Even DIA, they recently posted, I don't think they like my work. I've reached out to them multiple times and been like, yo, I love the work you guys are doing. Can we talk? I really want to work with you guys, but they're not into it. So this is the shop I've been working with. It looks like they just pushed an update. They're called Cathedral. I've been doing this. I've been doing the branding project with. These are some super fucking talented guys. It's like 5 guys, and they do all sorts of just wild. Oh, this is all new. They must have just pushed this out. They get into a lot of like crypto kind of work, which is like way more progressive than the tough stuff I typically do. But it's literally like one creative director and like 2 or 3 developers, and everyone's like senior level. Super interesting what they're able to bang out. And they just did the what is it? What was the Kanye site? Genius? How do you there it is. It is Genius. Wait, is this the oh isn't it just of course. Yeah, the timeline they did this on is crazy. If you don't know about Cathedral, I think you might hear about them pretty soon. Like, very wild stuff. I don't know where I was going with that. Those are some LA folk I've been talking to. The Active Theories, the Locomotives. I have connections there, like on LinkedIn for whatever that's worth, but don't really work with them. Berkeley College of Music online courses are really good, like music theory and original production wise. I've heard of Berkeley. School music, but I haven't really looked into that content. I just watch like Kenny Beat streams, and he mentions all the time that he went to Berkeley. And I always thought like, oh shit, he went to Berkeley. And I'm thinking like I don't think it's Cal State. UC Berkeley. Just like a prominent California school. It's like, oh, so that's just like a knockoff. I didn't think much of it, but apparently it's very solid. What was I gonna do? Oh, so the carousel's broke, and my hero animation still doesn't work. Why isn't my navigation sticking now? Oh, because I took it outside of. This is what has to stick now. The Z index. This always gets me in trouble. N works. Then I can take this off sticky. Might run into problems later. Locomotive is actually looking for an art director. Their upcoming projects are super insane. There's Xanaphos Pills, yours. Vixia, have you heard of Cathedral before? Because I'm woefully ignorant, and I hadn't heard of them, and I got an email from them saying they wanted to like work on something together, and you get a lot of random emails from just like small shops, and you never know what the kind of quality is going to be. And they were just like, holy fuck, like this is exactly the kind of stuff I want to work on. Like they're just like bleeding edge, like creative first. But I'd never heard of them. I don't know why. I got to get out more. I think that's the gist of it. Is this sitting so high? Okay, I'm fixing all sorts of stuff now. Yeah, Locomotive. I mean, I would love to work with them. It's the sticky. That's not doing it. This? Yes. Oh, so this should be how did this ever get to pixels? 14 view height. There we go. Yes, and it's locks there. Yeah, Locomotive's great. I love their aesthetic. It's always interesting, like you can always tell a Locomotive site before you look at the credits or find out who did it. They have a distinct style. Not that it's a bad thing at all. Like their style is amazing. But you can very much tell a Locomotive site between all the motion and a couple different design cues. But yeah, I'm trying to figure out what's next. There's some full-time conversations going on as well. Ironically, after spending all that time on my reel, and I don't think either of them, no, they came before the reel. So my reel has literally done nothing. Oh, I'll just cry myself to sleep thinking about that one. Okay. Go ahead and close some tabs. I do want to bookmark. Add book type. Okay. So at least I got the sticking position better now. It's not messing with the nav. What do you think about Natasha Mead's work? I don't know if I know that name. This is another instance where I need to get out more. It's got a great aesthetic. I've seen this before. This is the thing, like I know a lot of these people's work, I just don't know them by name. There's such an art to doing stuff like this. Like it looks so simple. It's like, yeah, why don't I just do that? And then I'm like 13 years in and realize I I don't think I have done anything. Like, there's something about these brand designers. I don't know what they're doing. So that's why I want to get into branding, is like, I think my brain's been broken by ecom design, but they haven't had that. So that's where sometimes, like, you look at these brand designers and you look at their interactive work and it's like, they just don't quite get it, which is fine. They haven't had to. And they're clearly talented in ways that I think a lot of interactive designers aren't. Like, I don't think I have this level of refinement and aesthetic and sense of space like this. I don't know if this is something that can only live in editorial and like print in static form. But like, even this is just like visually beautiful. So it's like these people, a lot of the brand designers in general, I feel like they spent more time refining their visual craft, where interactive designers spend a lot of time kind of understanding interactions and like thinking more on like the strategy side and the interactive side than just purely like the visual side. Because it's funny when these people go and do, typically when they do websites, it doesn't always make sense. I mean, this is fine. I think it's taking in a lot of best practices. Do I think it's the most interesting? No, I don't. I think her print and collateral stuff is far better, but she's extremely talented. Yeah, see, branding and identity first, web design second. That makes sense. Clearly can do it. Like, she understands interactive design, but yeah. I'm just quietly jealous of all these people who are able to refine their craft to this level. It's something about it. I don't know how they do it. But there's a couple interactive designers who I think operate on that level. There's not a ton. I think a lot of them are like naturally gifted and then also work at it. Like the Brian Powells, the Ben Mingos, the I don't know who else. I mean, there's Dan Farrow. He works at Cathedral. He's got a very interesting eye. He's super fucking talented. He just goes to crazy places my brain just doesn't even think of going. The Return of Zasha, A Happy Face were popular on awards. That's why I searched for them like 3 months ago. Yeah, that Happy Face campaign was awesome. The whole idea is like, are you content or content? I think it was really smart. But yeah, I think that they're kind of a sleeping giant in some ways. Like, I feel like the stuff that's coming through and like the work that they're doing, it's, to me, it's higher than a lot of stuff that I'm seeing coming out of bigger shops these days. So why isn't this working? Slide 2. And it's gone. Slide 2 being shown. Yes. Overflow hidden. It's fine. Cover. Oh. Image 2. Image 2. Hey. Okay, this makes sense. I'm stupid. Image 5. Should work. Image 2. Image 3. Let's go. So I had the incorrect condition of visibility. So image for slide 5 was set to image 4, which wasn't set, but because of the bug that happens with CMS powered sliders, I had to move that image from image 3 to image 5. That makes sense. And then I think I had the wrong image. Wrong condition of visibility, wrong image. Happens to me all the time. She's OG. I don't know if they're active now. Yeah. I mean, the Instagram. When's this from? 4 days ago. She's still jamming. Yeah, super elevated aesthetic. Love to see it. Probably should follow her. I'm like trying to branch out. I've been following so many photographers on Instagram. I'm trying to like not just do that. This is the final color plates for the large letters on the website you're working on. You're talking about these over here. These, the placement is somewhat final. These, the placement is fairly final. I don't think like the scroll. I think I need a better way to do this. So there's not much of a like, oh, see, this is the other problem. Sometimes the scroll trigger just bugs out on Webflow. Just got to reset it. I wish there's a little bit more of like a buffer so it sticks. No, I guess I can't. It just feels like very transitional all the time. Unless you use this, then it resolves cleanly. But even then, like, there's something weird about the anchor position. I was also doing that. Actually, I got to fix all these while I think of it. This is image 5. But yeah, I'd be curious which one you're talking about. Image 2. Do that one more time. 5. This is the problem with proliferating mistakes or things too quickly. You don't fully vet them and then you duplicate it. You have to go through and redo them all. And so I don't know how I'm going to do this. See if I can create notes. Almost like this is required. Make sure image if there's less than 5 images, make sure image 5 has image is the last. Skip. Slightly confusing. I agree. Probably something I can talk them through. But it's good. I just want to have that note in there. So that's across all CMS. Yeah, probably not. Would that be labeled H1? I don't know. I'm out of my element a bit. Oh wait, let me get caught up. Take advantage of your ability to ask you what work have you done? What work you have done you are most proud of, and that put you in a good spotlight to get customers' collaborations. That's a good question. I don't know if I've got a great answer for that. I don't know how people find me a lot of times. They don't always tell me. I think historically speaking, I think Nixon opened up the most doors. Oh, what happened to the letter spacing here? Impressive. I mean, this is from 2015, 2016, 2015. I can't believe it's been that long. Living in the past. I mean, this one, ecom side of the year, and you could argue it opened more doors for the agency than it did for me, though. I think a lot of work came in off of this. This was kind of as ecom was starting to come into its own. So a lot of this stuff wasn't really, I think people were doing each of these things together, but we kind of happened to put it together in a way that stuck. I don't think we invented ecom by any means, but I think there were some things that people were looking for. And so I was really proud of this. Like I did this end to end, like I did all production, I did all QA, I did all design, all UX, all like, we kind of got pigeonholed on creative direction from their internal creative director and what they were trying to do. So it's not like I could just take it absolutely anywhere because I definitely tried. I don't know if I have any explorations on here. These are all like things that more or less shipped. I mean, this was wild when it was done. It's not wild anymore. So this one I think did a lot. Ari's site, I think more recently has probably gotten me on more people's radars, especially because it's something that's a bit more interactive in a non-traditional way. I think I've got plenty of ecom examples and I'm trying to get rid of them here. So I think people are coming to me and seeing like, because everything else on my site is very static. So I think showing, and like, this is a little bit more progressive in terms of like some of the design. So Ash stuff was fun. I don't think, I don't think it sold much. I don't think it got me on many people's radars. It's just fun to do this kind of shit. Like this is probably anything around automotive I'm super interested in. Anything around music I'm super interested in. And then poster design, not having rules to live by. There's like interaction. That was probably one of my more satisfying ones. I had a ton of fun on that one. Wait, I'm like, sorry, I'm just getting caught up. Let's see. Yeah, that's why Locomotive is super thing. John Way Sands helps for your identity, same as Newhost does for Locomotive projects. Yeah, I'm trying to get away from my font. I think it's decent, but it's kind of androgynous. Like there's nothing really ownable or distinct about it. I don't think it has a ton of character. That's where my problem is. Oh, look at this. That's not good. And so I think a lot of people who play with a lot more expressive type, I think they get to look more fun from the outside looking in, whereas everything for me seems kind of like bent into this one typeface. So being able to mess around now is something that's super fun. That's why I have like a lot of these old examples where I wasn't tied to it. Well, this is like old basic stuff. Like it shows more character and expression. And if you're looking for an art director, you don't want like one look typically. Yeah, get good customers, I guess is the other part of your question. Yeah, I don't think I have a great example, unfortunately. I think Apple, people seeing Apple on here, I think maybe open some doors because people, there's like in some people's heads, like, oh, you worked at Apple, like that kind of sets some, like validates what I'm able to do, I guess, in some ways, weirdly, although there's a mixed bag of people there. But yeah, it's really hard to say, I guess, is the unfortunate kind of long answer. Yeah, like private island text next to, let's go back here. Yeah, so this is, so I called it an H2. I'm getting away from H1, H2. I probably should be better about it because of like SEO. I think you can specify H1, H2, I think natively within within Webflow, and I think that helps with the SEO crawlers. I don't know. Oh my gosh, no way. Sorry. Bad news. Yeah. So this, yeah, final placement. It's something that's just going to kind of scroll over. I'm thinking about maybe doing some blend modes to this. Don't know. So this is where if I want to do like an embed. That's going to do anything. Multiply. The blend modes. Yeah, I never get them right. I think you have to apply them to, like, you can't apply it to the parent div. You have to apply it to the class itself. It's not, as far as I can tell. No, doing anything. So this is one way I do it. I'll just pull up the site and then inspect. So you can't see full screen. Blend mode. Yeah, it's not doing anything on. Copy, and then go up to the parent. Apply it here. That's not doing anything. That's not doing anything. That is doing something. Am I losing my mind? I mean, yes, but I don't know. I gotta figure that out. But yeah, I think like the scrolling over this with this animating, I think the overlap should be okay. The idea is to like just have it kind of supplement the image. That's where I think like the offset, like how far down this is, like how much of a moment this has. So I might want to move this down actually. Create a little additional space. This is where like the sticky stuff, like you start having, you have to like detach yourself from the static layout. So now you can see it's starting further down, maybe even 80. So there's more of a scroll. So each of these has like more of a moment now. I could have it have more of a moment afterwards too. Like right now it's snapping to the bottom here. But it might be nice to have these kind of fade out with this image still sticking. So it's kind of like this transient, instead of locking, it's like a transient thing that's just kind of like scrolling, and then as it starts fading out, this image starts scrolling up. What do you think about rolling design website? Adam, can you clarify a little bit? I'm not sure I follow rolling design. Is that? I just rolling design web. Was this a? Oh yeah, you you sent me the message. Where did you send me? Oh my god, dude, I that's right. You did send me an email about this. What would you like me to take a look at? I know, I think I said that the stream would be the place to do it. So let's do this. What can I? What can I help out with? I think there's a lot of nice stuff going on. Dope. I was just working on a sound related project. So it's kind of funny to see this, like different interpretations of sound. That's awesome. I'm still getting caught up. So yeah, I'll definitely take a look at this if you clarify. It's so hot in this room right now. It's only 70 outside. Might to get loud. Yeah, it's cooler outside than it is inside. I gotta open that up. Well, now I'm obsessed with Genius. They did a good job with that. I honestly think the timeline for that was like, I don't know. I don't know if I can say. It was fast. I'll keep it all high level. Those guys crushed it on the time that they had. It's crazy. Let's see. I'm just curious because some of the text was hard to read due to the text on the image. If you're interested, I was going to offer a free color contrast analyzer tool I've used in the past. No pressure though. Yeah, I don't. So Webflow has baked in color contrast as well. So you can see your boy's failing. So they kind of establish where I should be in color contrast, and this is something that's gone back and forth with them. It's definitely evolved, and that's where I think a blend mode might help. And you can create a lot of color contrast between like animating text on top of an image. So with the two not animating together, you can create a little bit of like the oscillation and color contrast creates some legibility. Not on paper and not by their their contrast ratio, but yeah, the contrast between things that move and don't move doesn't really register on that. And I'm kind of banking on that. And they've already called it out as like it was less obvious before. And so you can see where some of the problems start arising. And like I could go down into like the darker world. It may end up being this, to be entirely honest. It really depends on the imagery they pick. I'm still waiting to find out what that is. I think just the general color palette, because you could see I do want the background to kind of change. God, that's like as the background goes from like yellowish, orangish to bluish. Is it doing it anymore? I don't even know if it is. It's not. That's because I messed up the div structure. So. But yeah, I think it's a fair call out. That's definitely something I'm gonna have to hash out. I'd prefer it to be a little softer and more subtle, but you know, this is a client thing. This isn't for me anymore. So, yeah, you're right about the SEO. Yeah, I don't do it. There's weird things that happen with the styling, as like, I think if you do H1, was it rich text? No, it's not rich text, is it? I think it is rich text. Let me control where this goes so I can find it and promptly delete it. Oh, it's not good. It's fun. Let's see. Rich text. Oh. yeah, so this is where they have the heading type, and there's all sorts of like styling that gets associated with it. I don't use rich text at all. I think it's great for people who don't want to go in and do a lot of like hand code styling or like use the editor to really define these styles. But yeah, I definitely think that there's SEO implications that I'm missing out on. So I will pay $300 plus if you release it. I'm hoping you're not stopping to work on it. I'm not saying stick with only it, but your identity, and it's very, very unique. Oh, you're talking about my font? Sorry. I've been just meandering. Like I love like all the dialogue happening today. I didn't think anyone was going to show up for a Saturday stream. I think we're all cut from the same cloth, so appreciate everyone who's here. I have not really been working on the font. I want to evolve it. I want to make it a little bit more distinct in certain ways. I think there's some characters that bother me. There's some hinting problems. There's definitely kerning issues. I think hinting's probably the biggest one. You can see it on my site where it just kind of renders. It looks like a character just sits lower than the others, and that's avoidable, but I just didn't get a chance to do it. Locomotive's absolutely not ashamed of using geometric sans. Creative lead Frederick is pretty brutal with sans hierarchy. Then the whole Helvetica is the perfect font thing comes in. Yeah, they have their look and they're owning it, and it's clearly a very good look. So I think it's a smart decision on their part. Is this Webflow? Yes, this is Webflow. Kind of going to be my MO for today. I got to get this thing done by tomorrow. If you've seen the load in animation, you can see why that might be a little disconcerting. Sorry, I didn't mean to come in and make comments. No. Everything's on the table. This is a safe space. Whatever we want to chat about, like, it's that interesting balance where it's like, I don't know. Sometimes I have things I really want to work on. Sometimes I don't. I don't have a clear objective. Where did my background go? Fix background. Here it is. Where is it? 0. This needs to be here. This. Works. But yeah, it's always like a balance. Yeah, I'm trying to get some stuff done, but I don't have to stay uber focused on that stuff. And I think all this commentary, like if you see something, say something. I'm happy to explain why I'm doing it that way, or it's something I just didn't see, and we can stand to gain a lot. Plus, can we do a separate review stream with submission requests from Discord? Absolutely. I don't think anyone has submitted. Let's see. So this is where I want that drop down. It's like I'm tired of doing this, and I broke this, and this looks awful. God. Live streams. What is? Gosh, I have not. I need to work on this Excel viewport a lot. So if you go to the live page, Runway Studio /original/live, there's a submission form of some of it's feedback, and then some of it's like a schedule, some of it's a critique request. It definitely needs love. This is this is what's great about Webflow is I had this idea of like, wouldn't it be kind of cool to have a submission form where people could just like send in a request here? Because I think people send things along in the chat, and I try and get to it, but if we could kind of have like a stream where it's just like, let's just do a review stream and kind of go through different things and talk about all your stuff instead of me trying to get a bunch of stuff done while talking about other stuff, so I can be like fully committed to getting answers. I have to go. Thanks a lot for the talk on Saturday. It's almost 9 p.m. in Luxembourg. Wow. Thank you for staying on Saturday night. Altogether, talking design. Looking forward to have the same again soon. Yeah, likewise. This is great. Loving that everyone's coming through on a Saturday. Good looking out. I think there's a lot of new subs on the YouTube channel, which is awesome. Thank you if you're new. Yeah, it's been crazy. And even like Twitch, I think, has seen what the total count is. Not that I really care about numbers. It's always kind of interesting. Oh god. 108 on Twitch. Let's go. I was stuck at 420 on YouTube for a while. I wasn't streaming or doing anything. Kind of poetic. Still jamming, Sal. We don't quit on Saturdays, man. I gotta somehow figure this stuff out. I don't know how I broke my fixed background though. Kind of sucks. Sticky 0 view height, 100 view height. What's the bottom of it? At the bottom of it? I think it is. It's great. I think I can fix this quickly. I want it to kind of animate like the top, but I don't want to do it again. I don't have individual classes for each. Not worth it. Footer title container. Just do AV. I put enough. I'll blame it on not pasting properly. So I'm going to do this like I did the top. I may not animate it just yet. I think I will in time. This one. I feel like there's an A2. Oh, that's because the end was getting clipped. So I had to add a little padding to the end of it. Review streams goes a long way. Yeah, I think it'd be great to just like talk through your guys' stuff. Because yeah, like I think people can only watch me do this for so long. I'm just looking at this raster logo, and I need to get the full logo from them. I can make it SVG. See? Looks okay. Good enough. This is kind of bugging me. I feel like these should be... These are always tough having responsive because they can look kind of funky and really small really quickly. Into like really nuanced, like 1.15. So it's important to have this scale with the size. Why that's not scaling? Well, at least that's responsive now. It just seems big, but that's like 1700. So from a proportion, like if you stretch it out and you have everything tied to view width, things can get weird. So all the fonts are set in view width, and the size of each element is view height. I think it's kind of hitting a nice balance so far of... Doesn't run into too many problems. It's gonna break eventually. Like I just can't. account for everything, but there's a point where it's just you gotta let it go. But I'm happy with how it scales. Although this is not. Got a kern. I gotta fix that. So there's like a long list of things. Let's see if this. The hitch bothers me. I don't think I have. I don't have the image fading in. Mask opacity. I think this should happen before, so it can have like a moment. It's going to be a long intro. And I think there's a way to do it so the intros only play on the first view, so it's like cookie based. Don't know how to do that. I think it's like you put a div over it. You put like the intro over the page, and that div only loads if you don't have a previous view. I don't. That's my understanding of it, at least. But it is doable, because I think people were asking about it through the lens of like the EU tracking notification that you're supposed to have on your site. What is the hitch about? Move and view height. So scale is, there's no units to it. Move, view height. Oh, see, this is exactly what I was talking about. It is zeroed out, but it is not in view height. That is probably what is causing my glitch. There you go. It's that easy. Like, you think you zeroed it out, but you didn't put it in the correct view height. So 0 pixels. I mean, it makes sense in theory of like, it's impossible, maybe not impossible, to interpolate view height to pixels through a transition. Kind of like a needless step, but I mean, this is. It works. Let's put this all together now. This out quad. Nav opacity. I don't really want the nav to move. It's still low, like slow. I think these just go to like 0.1, 2. Not a lot, but cumulatively, it should make a difference. You don't need a ton of offset. Cut this down by 40%. Almost make. So this, I think, should happen as this is happening. This could get tricky. Put it with this. But what's the delay? I think it comes in. Starts 0.3 would be like the 2.4. So on the fourth letter, these are going to start triggering. But these should happen simultaneously because these are a little longer. No, they're the same length. I think these won. About that. I just don't know how the full, like, that nav font size bugs the hell out of me. I just did that. I've submitted things in the Discord whip. Would love feedback in upcoming streams. All right, yeah, I think Discord probably makes more sense. Is there a chat bot for YouTube? That's what I want to see. YouTube Live. Nightbot works in. I'm gonna look into that because I have so many commands for Twitch, and I think I'm seeing a lot of people on YouTube. I think YouTube's been kind of like the primary growth, which is awesome. Let's see. Add a 2-second delay. Let's add a 1-second delay on this. Save. I'm going to change this back to pixel size. I think it's just 216. That's big enough. I'm going to publish this and view it in browser. Sometimes previews, can't trust it. For real, I'm great. Saturday, wrapping up some projects. Wrapped up a project this week. Uh-oh. Interesting. Doesn't feel that bad. The hitch and background color gets me. I think I'm putting the delay in the wrong place. And I think I know a way to fix the background color. So the in ends on background color is the resort color. So then I just need to set an initial state. Preloader, background color. That here. Duplicate. This needs to go to white. If that fixes that. Nope. It's almost like I don't know what's causing the hitch. It's like I just have to clear everything off the initial first half. So I'm going to need, so this goes preloader background color, duplicate this and go to white. Before it ends, this should fix it, but it's going to make it a weird, I'm going to extend it. Yeah, see, I don't know how I feel about that. Oh, I reloaded Webflow. Gonna lose all the history undoing. Kind of annoying. All right. Get this thing figured out. The other thing that bugs me, close this. Close all these. Sorry, I have to reload again. I like keeping those sometimes, but I don't think there's much of a purpose. It's almost like I should load in the background image instead of switching. I should load in the background image. What's the background image? The carousel on the front. But the risk of putting the carousel before it's done preloading is that it hasn't finished preloading. In which case, I don't know what's going to happen. And then you lose the whole point of having a preloader is like you're going to have a refined like resolve. It's not going to be, not going to sit and wait. Which is Normally I'd probably be okay with it, but I think this is kind of a heavy site. The landing page is heavy, and like this image is large. So I need this thing to be fully loaded if it's going to take over like full screen like it does. Hmm. Let's think this through. And I'm not sold on like just the pure fade in of the image. That timing needs to be, I feel like it needs a moment. This image, and this is where like this is starting to get slightly unmanageable. And you can hide initial states, which helps, but you're still looking at, then you have to open it up, track it. It's nice is like it also highlights things that are like the same element, so you know everything that's affecting that element, but yeah, I don't know. Give this a 2-second delay. This is gonna be long. This is a 7-second intro. This is so fucking long. I mean, it buys a lot of time for preloading. But like I'm just the other thing I can do is I can move a lot of that content from the first half and put it in the second half. So like that messaging that comes in, this I can move to the second half and have like a traditional preloader. So it's literally just playing like an intro sequence. Now it's trying to be efficient and like parse, like give you something while it's loading and then resolve when it's done. That's how it ideally should be done, but I don't know if I'm giving up too much. Like people might bounce waiting for this. I think there's enough going on. That wow, it's took so long that even the autoplay got to a different image. I'm not even loading the high res image for that full screen experience. All things that are fun to consider. Maybe it changes more often. I have pretty slow carousels too. So if there's a 2-second pause, it at least gives you some of the images, but it's almost like I think I need to put the text on the other side because it would be nice to have those images pay that off. So it's saying paradise awaits, and then the images load in, and it's like, hey, this is the paradise. This is it. And then have it resolve on this. Where it's like people are coming in with like a high level understanding. And it could be additional messaging where it could speak to like the resort, the experience, island, all that stuff. I don't know if I'm burning too much energy on this. I need to get this like really figured out. I wonder if it's just good enough for now. I think one of the problems I'm seeing is that this is being clipped by this. This is too tall, no matter what. Adjusted some spacing, so I'm not totally surprised. Kind of nice. It's just 60. I wonder if that's gonna fuck with the scaling, like if it's gonna be big enough now. Tavera in. I'm kind of pick and choose my battles right now. This should almost happen with this. There's a lot tied to this. This could be a bad move, but they all on a 2-second delay. They are. So it just got rid of all that offset work I did. I like that it happens at the same time. But now we're condensing it down. It's going to get more efficient. That hold too long. Delay 1.5. At least I know the. I don't know if we're going to move this again. Opacity. So this is like the in of the image. I think that's going to change. It might become like, I might change that to the image mask. So if I do size, actually, I want to see size. That's not good. How did it do that? Maybe we'll stick with opacity for now. I think there's gonna be a better way to reveal this image, but this is basically the reveal. So anything I can do, like this is the moment where it has, and then this is where like the resolve starts, where it scales down, it moves, the letters start animating in. So I think I feel good starting to get into the offset of this. So this happens at exactly the same time. 0.1. Oh. 2. 3. This is where sometimes it makes you want to cry. I'm not dramatic at all, I know. Where's the U? Ah. This is what? 2.5. 2.6. Is this? Oh, that's because they weren't timed the same. Now this should be better. Did like kind of a weird scale at one timing and then move at another timing. I like how quick they happen, but I think going back to 0.75. I think I was responding to the wrong thing. Feels better. Still a long fucking intro. I don't know if it needs this 1 second delay. I don't know what that's doing, being honest. The big picture. This is where the preview just, you can preview the browsers through the interaction. You can preview the interaction through the interactions panel. You can preview it through the full page preview, and you can preview it on the dev site, and they all are slightly different. That looked like shit. This is too fast. It needs to be a second on these transitions. Trying to set like a mellow vibe to everything. Half a second. Not it. Reload doesn't even show now. It's clipping here. I don't understand what happened to the initial. The resolve's good. The intro's now gone. Is there a strong sentiment for me to see this through? There's other fish to fry, unfortunately. I think transition out really needs to be implemented here badly. One thing I do want to do, hero anchor. So while scrolling in view, I used to love these while scrolling in views, but the performance is just not there. Hide scroll. You know what? Actually, I'm not going to do it this way. I think it should be a threshold thing. So like it goes to a certain height and then it transitions out. So where to be? Scroll into view. Scroll out of view. I do 80% offset. Hide scroll queue or scroll queue hide. So let's do capacity. So initial state. Well, so this is where it gets weird. Like if I start specifying initial state of something I'm animating in a different interaction, is that going to cause problems? Let's just say relative to where it's at now. It should be at 100 when it starts scrolling out. It should be 20% from the bottom. Yeah, it like hitches in too. Nope. Scrolled out of view. I would think that would work. Scroll into view. Maybe that's because I don't have this. Duplicate. Go. Oh, no. Just reverse this. This is hide. This is show. Oh, fades out. What? Ah. This is where a live preview of this would be helpful. So it scrolls in. This should be 0 offset. 20% scrolls out. I wonder if I need to do scroll just because I'm animating opacity somewhere else. Set these both to 0 offset, see what happens. I don't understand. Faded. To me, it doesn't make sense why this wouldn't roll out. I don't want this. I set this as initial state. Nope. It's gonna do while scrolling. That I can wrap my head around. Kind of sad. There's some things like this that I just can't get my head around. Opacity. So this is the trigger. We want it 100. We want the first. Give it 5%, and then by 10% have it fade out. And don't think I need that. Live preview. Apparently it starts at 9%. This always gets me. You have to have a buffer because I think it depends on how tall your window is with these while scrolling things. So if you have a really tall window, it might be different position where it starts doing its thing. Yeah, so that I can wrap my head around. There's no initial states. There's like weird middle state like this. You can try and fix it. Oh my god. I thought I was caught up with the chat. Holy smokes, I'm sorry. Wait, was I? Are you getting an island as a side project? Neat. I wish. I really wish. My payment for this is actually I get to stay for free. I just have to fly out there. Which if you attribute it to straight cost and in terms of like how much time I've spent, if I build this traditionally, I should have like a couple months on this island. But I don't. I'll take it. Like, so if you know anything about Tavarua, it's some of the best waves in the world. And the island is this big, so there's only so many people who can get there. There's another island to Motu and some others that like doesn't ruin the fun, but it can get a little crowded. But I mean, it is. I went there once a while back. Kind of interesting connection to people on the island, but it was a friend's friend, so we got to go, and now got hooked up with doing the site, and now my payment is going. So, not getting an island. It's the next best thing I would say. If you don't mind me asking, how many hours of screen time do you generally have on work days? Just curious about it. Let's see. It's a lot. I like get those reports and I'm just like, oh, look. I was going to be streaming earlier today, but my display stopped turning on. So the XDR display, as great as it is, when you run updates, for some reason, like my Mac doesn't recognize it. And so it was just black screen. And the only way I got it to work was by just typing in my password. And then the Mac then recognized it during the startup. Very strange. Yesterday was 15 hours and 40 minutes. Thursday, 11 hours, 21 minutes. Wednesday, 15 hours, 8 minutes. Tuesday, 8 hours, 18 minutes. Monday, 11 hours. And then I was out for before that, then 15, 15, 17, 13, 15, 10, 13, 10, 16. Spend a lot of time in front of screens. I'm gonna go blind. I try and like get up regularly. It's not great about it. But yeah, it's not healthy. I'm just sorry, I'm like thinking about thinking. I don't understand why this, oh, is this? Yeah, I did it again. So I saw that this was hitching and I didn't set this to view height. So now this shouldn't hitch. Yeah, smooth. In case you don't notice, there's a horizontal scroll during the intro loader. Yeah. I actually was not paying attention to that on this one. Yeah, that's from the scale up. Is that it's the horizontal aspect ratio. That makes sense on why it's happening. I think if I just set an overflow, if I put it within a div and set overflow hidden, it's almost like I have to do both. Animate the image and animate the mask. That's a good catch, though. Thank you for letting me know. I thought I got away scot-free. It's like, hey, little scale up. Seems like it works. But yeah, you can see it. Actually, I don't think the preview shows it. On the live side, it shows it. Yeah. So it resolves. But yeah, I should not have that. That's a problem. See how I can fix that. So right now, I am doing let's do hero slider. A mask hero slider. See if I can get this to work. Because maybe I'm animating the wrong element. But actually, I don't. Let's see. This might require some exploring. A lot of noises outside. So hero image mask. If I change these, the actual mask instead of the div called mask. I don't know. Let's go. Is this? Undo it. Interesting. It's fixing the problem technically, but it's ruins the effect. Is this set to overflow? I wonder if I do the full slider and set this to max width. This might work. Well, I hope I just don't break anything. It's already set to that. Max width is 100 view width. That's what I want. Overflow hidden. And so if I do the animation on the actual carousel, should clip it? I'm dead in that. Works. Well, I won't find out until I publish it. The effect is not working. Weird as I get to like a point of diminishing returns with some of these where like my brain just doesn't track. Oh. Well, that's interesting. I totally screwed it up. Go ahead and undo that. Don't fully know what. Thought I brought it back to the original. Oh, so I had the mask animating before. I think what I had after was carousel. Yep. Hero. Max width. Set this to hide. This could be the ticket. Development's fun. $18, that's a lot of screen time. It is. Don't do it. Not worth it. At least the out works. It's that weird, like, everything else that I'm not crazy about. I don't think I can change background color. I think that effect is causing some of the problems. I don't think it's worth it. Let's just leave this as is. Not show hide. Not opacity, just background color changes. That already should make it smoother. Yeah. Question is, do I then move? I have the in. 50%. This just results. I don't have it animating out. It's the weird thing. Out. Reloader. Meta. I think this is my problem. I have a lot of problems, but this is mine right now. Reloader. Still being shown. Reloader. Loading container. Loading progress. Opacity 100%. But why is it not going up? Let's make sure we show that preloader. I'd show change target preloader. Maybe that's what's causing the problem. Is it a z-index problem? $60. Very random number. I don't understand that choice. Hero. Doesn't seem like there's anything specified for z-index. 0. 10. Why is this set to relative? I feel like I don't want to unpack that. This is at least over it. Set that to 0. I can't think of any other reason why it would jump. Or why it's skipping. The out should have this. Preloader showed hide. It's showing. Oh, so this is why the mask. It's got to go here. Here. Stupid like a fox? Nope. Ah. Stuck on stupid. Preloader background color. We don't need this anymore because we don't fuck around with it. What did that? I'm trying to figure that out. Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to run to the bathroom real fast. I will be right back. Stream Deck doesn't work. Maybe? No, it does not work. I will be right back. Where is it? Yep. That was just dumb luck that timing. I'm not that coordinated. Going up though. Or down. I guess it looks like I'm going down. I gotta stand for a little bit. I don't do this enough. 18 hours and I just sit. This is where like people don't quite understand. They want me to help out. I have some friends who want me to help out with their little web design endeavors. And I tell them like I literally don't have time to do it. I'm sorry, I wish I could. I've done some help and they want more. And it's like, can't. Oh, can't you do it? Just be real fast. And it's like, yeah, I probably technically I theoretically could, but I'm already working 18 hours. If I have that 10 minutes that I could do that, I should be not working. And that's how that like telling that to people who don't have to actually do that or understand that, it's a tough sell. They are not interested in hearing it. They do not give a shit if I'm working a lot. It's really funny. People who want help, who are your friends, suddenly don't give a shit. Some do. That's not fair. Some do, most don't. So setting boundaries with friends, if you do creative work and you offer your services, be very, very clear up front of like, I work a lot, whether you do or don't, that's whether you want to embellish, that's up to you. But setting boundaries with people on like, hey, I want to help you out, but like this is gonna be low priority. Like me unwinding in front of the TV sometimes is gonna come before your project. I think you'll be much better off. Like just setting that expectation, because I don't think I did that. I'm still like walking back my decision to just openly help people with things. And it's great. I want to help people, but it's like I don't even have my site in a place that I want it. I haven't been able to do music production. I haven't been able to update my stream assets. I haven't been able to work on video content as much as I want. Like there's all these things I want to do, and me helping your website that like isn't gonna do anything. Like I literally get nothing out of it. I'm just giving. I want to give, but you know, there's times and places for it where it kind of slots in. I hate to be so. I probably sound pretty selfish with that, but I help out a lot of people with design, but a lot of people want it now. Yesterday, what was I doing? Oh yeah, did I fix the horizontal scroll? Did a I'm kind of good with it. I still didn't understand why this is loading over. Preload. Maybe this will fix it. It was a z-index thing this whole time? No, it's not. It's better. It's fixed some sort of overlap problem. It still seems like this image is loading over that intro. It should be loading behind it. Want to remain friends? If yes, we shouldn't work together. If no, then sure, I'll help out. That's not a bad approach. I hate to say it. I mean, oh, that's why this is fading out too soon. Oh, I know what I did. I don't know how to rectify this. Instead of like loading in the background is its own thing. I loaded the whole div of everything and then offset that by having the preloader container. So I was technically loading the background through loading the whole thing, but with the content hidden and then revealing it instead of just doing the background. This isn't the biggest problem. I think that's where my problem's occurring. I think it's right here. This is moving and scaling. This should happen. Maybe I'll just move this later. Preloader, show hide. Okay, let's put it down here. Preloader. Maybe this will do it. Maybe I'm just dense. Hear that? All the noises. Yeah, helping friends. Maybe they aren't friends. Definitely a possibility. I don't know what it is. Like, it's just, it's the whole idea of tag. Finds contact information for a person. Figure specific self-contained content like illustrations. I've never used this. Sorry, I'm like a goldfish, just easily distracted. It's that easy. And it's gone. Something about working with friends. Fully useful knowledge. I think I'm probably gonna just call it with the hero for now. I think the one thing I want to figure out, it's like it could ship like this and be fine. The fading overlap bothers me. I think there's a better way of doing it. I'm not gonna lose sleep over that though. I think this intro top works. This goes to intro. This layout feels strange to me. You almost feel like the padding on this intro section needs to be taller. So then this should be where it's linking to intro. But what I don't understand is why this is, there are two intros? There are. Why are there two? Intro. Intro. So if this is linking to intro, it should technically be active. But it's not showing up that way. And see, this is where that, I need to add in like a full body fade. Why is this not intro? It'll take you there, it just won't tell you you're there. Which is a problem because this sets the context. Like for people who maybe aren't super savvy, it's like, this is where you are. This is context. This is how you can navigate. But you see how it like moves? It doesn't resolve on this on like its perfect resolve. It's still like going up off of its resolve position. You see it's like right there when it should be further down. So that's something with the anchor position. So what is this linking to? Island. Nope. I will figure this out. Okay. Not to that. Section anchor. Height 100 view height. Hmm. 12.5. Should be right there. So basically why this is here is it's helping to resolve it on like the proper layout with like this additional like free scroll baked into it. So if you set it to the top, then you wouldn't see the text. So you kind of have to go to the end of the section. I don't like it should be. It's like that far. It's like a couple pixels off. Am I just losing it? It's actually right. No, that's right. Section content. I feel like it's just catching too soon. This should be a fixed height. Sticky to the bottom at 12.5. Sorry, I'm just doing a little bit of. I don't know if I'm getting past that point of like maybe I should take a break. Still pushing. I didn't need that extra sticky. Right if it goes that way. Why that push? Killing me. Sal, am I missing something here? If you're still here. Oh gosh, why is this? 12.5, 12.5. That would be 25. So this should be 75. Wait, what is the sticky at 14? Oh, I think I found my problem. It should be 72. If I'm going to do 14 top, 14 bottom. I don't know if this is, I feel like I'm missing something else I need to do. No? Hey. No, you're all good, man. Go. Hey, blind squirrel, I think found something. No, I was just miscalculating my height. You're good. What did I change the height of? 72. So then I have to change one of these. Oh God. Height 72. That's at least masking that. I think it's 68. 67. 67. 67. Yeah, I'm just like, my head's kind of spinning with some of these numbers. Oh. Yeah, this does not look right now. Slider slide. All these names. Someone's just looking at this and just crying. How could you do this? Caption. 5 view height. I feel like I want the image to be whatever that sound is outside is driving me. 77. 72. That should add up now. I don't know if the sticky's the right positioning, but close. So if I just adjust, and this should not be broken like this. I have to fix that next. Left row content. Should be 14, 14. I don't know if I just broke it again too. Nope, I fixed it. Painful. This is still not working, and I still can't figure it out. Funny enough, I find that you and I, pretty sure a lot of others do, work in a very similar fashion. We basically figure shit out by talking to ourselves out loud like we've lost our minds. Yes. I probably talk quite a bit more because of the stream to try and... It seems like people get some help out of me vocalizing my struggles, which there's a lot of them. I've talked about it before, but like, I think part of why I like this stream is it normalizes the struggle. Like, the struggle is fucking real. Like, Sal, you and I, man, struggle busting it. It's just kind of the way shit goes. The fuck? What is this? Okay. And yeah, especially with development. I'm sure developers know this probably even more. Like, they spend their time just like trying to like reverse engineer and debug all sorts of stuff. I think they've got the difference between me and our actual developers, like they know the structure they built by hand coding it and they understand the fundamentals and how everything works. I have a tenuous grasp of how everything works. Like, trying to get this line. How do I get this not get it to do that, but I can't control. Can I float this? Float. 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 This is what I'm talking about. Like, I don't know what I'm doing. Fuck. I float this left? Float left? Float right? Float both? Don't float? Fuck. I could always make this relative and then this absolute, pin it to the right. I don't know if that's frowned upon. I don't know why it's so tall either. Oh, gotta be auto. What? 0? Increase the height. Kind of works. Help others by suffering publicly on YouTube. Yes. I'm paying my penance and, you know, publicly shaming myself by exposing that I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing. Kind of the way it goes. Uh-oh. Where'd you go? Ah, see. I don't see. Oh, it's because I didn't set primary CTA to relative. There we go. I'm debugging things while listening to the stream, talking to myself while randomly responding to you talking. That's a lot of people talking right there, man. With no one else in the room. But I can relate. I just, like, don't let what I just said fool you. Like, I talk to myself all the time by myself. And, like, the amount of times I've just, like, pounded my desk when it's like trying to, like, figure out why that hero carousel is doing all these things. Like, there's all these hiccups. Like, it took me so long to figure out, like, I still have to zero out in the correct units with the animations. And, like, all my animations were hitching, and I was just, like, staring at it, but I wasn't looking at the right portion, and I would just be, like, burning 3 hours, literally getting nowhere. And I don't even know how I figured it out, but that whole time just, like, yelling and cursing, like, why the fuck am I doing this? This is so stupid. Why don't I just have a developer do it? Like, it's all bad. You know, misery loves company. I'm glad everyone else is stuck indoors on a Saturday. I think it's sunny out. Like, it's a beautiful day out. 70, sunny. I think there's waves. Waves. There's waves, but it sucks. Surfly is doing its thing again. Oh no. Oh yeah. Some hope. Sorry, a little detour. I've been pretty good. My OCD is not flaring up as bad as it used to. These streams keep me honest, which is good, but I tend to ramble, so it's kind of like half of one, 6 dozen of the other. I gotta write that one down. You know, Rickyisms, you know that's a... No, it's not that good. It was better in my head. Yeah, also debugging Webflow interactions in that tiny panel is worse than debugging GLSL? Get out more. I'll be that old man. What's GSSL? Or lounging around on their birthday weekend waiting for their fiance to come home. Happy birthday, man. Hopefully there's beverages in the fridge. You know, waiting around so she can watch you work on her website. Something I would do, like 30, I just don't care for birthdays personally. It's not a popular opinion. 30th birthday, I sat at home with 3 beers and worked on my website. Didn't even tell anyone. Didn't want to talk to anyone. Just, I don't know. That was my 30th birthday. Really boring. Only thing that's not working is this intro. Don't know what to do about that. Oh, don't. WebGL shader language has no console. Ah. Yeah. I've watched Ari do some debugging in that or code in that. It's just like, if that makes more sense to you than the interactions panel, I mean, interactions panel is abstract and confusing in its own way. I feel like if you hand code the WebGL stuff and if you structure it, you can at least kind of know where things are, but the syntax in that, it's just all gibberish to me, so I have no idea what I'm looking at. I'm gonna try this because maybe Webflow is just being stupid. Intro 01. Link this to. I don't know where the other intro is. There's two intros. Intro? Intro. Come on, buddy. Anchored content, intro. You are active. Aren't you? Not much, not more sense, but it's larger and I can see what's in there. I've like, yeah, I don't know if it's those 18 hours catching up. I've been just zooming in on some of my emails, been like, excuse me, like I can't read that anymore. And like, I think it's like slow. Like, I don't know if there's no like moment. It's like, oh fuck, my vision sucks now, but it's still not bad. I try and like look away time to time, but some of those emails, it's like 8-pixel font and it's like 3 feet away. I can't fucking read that. I'm still gonna push for small fonts. This is 1,000,000% legible, although Twitter will tell you otherwise. Everyone on Twitter is just like a fucking, all these armchair fucking usability nerds. Like, oh well, excuse me, that's actually not legible on this display. I don't fucking care. Sorry. Design Twitter. I mean, design Twitter's always going to design Twitter. I should know better than shaking my fist at that cloud. That's just like a futile effort. Hmm. 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 That's not the full image. You're full of shit. Cover. Oh. Hey, I can center the fucking island. This is what I should have been doing instead of moving the fucking thing. God. And now I just missed the whole animation. That's good. Hmm. Here's something to keep you honest. Do you find that you work better or worse while streaming compared to just doing your own thing and not having us groupies here to blast you with the 21 keys? It's a balance. If I'm in the right mindset, I can definitely work faster on my own. Like some of the stuff where it's like you really require continuity. That's where I like with the reel, I basically had to stop streaming it. Like I tweeted out my the timeline that I think that like triggered people. Excuse me. Actually, you can use pre-comps. yeah, no shit. These are all pre-comps in here. Pre-comp, 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 pre-comp. And within that are 4 fucking pre-comps. Like this sort of thing, like tracking this, I just couldn't bounce around. Some of the interactions on Webflow, like doing that, it's doable. I think I probably could have had this figured out a little while ago. That's giving myself a bit of credit. I don't know if I deserve or not, but yeah, it's a give and take. Like, just in the same way that I also would probably start having like Netflix or something on the corner and then just get into something that's subtitled and just find myself just for like half hour, just like staring off into the distance, getting nothing done. But I think this is much more like of a positive use of that. I'd much rather answer people's questions than like watch something on YouTube. Check my wavelength. I haven't had any music on. Should never broadcast. Don't know. There's the no ISO playlist. Still adding to it. Shameless plug. Exclamation point playlist if you're on Twitch. I'll give you the link. Sorry, I had to do it. Okay, it's not coming out on the stream. Is it? Oh, it's not. Fantastic. Let's get it. Actually, this is a little bit difficult. You know what? It is. It's really difficult to read. This is probably, I'll probably catch shit. My guess is like, it's 9-point font. Is this big enough for you? Do you know where you are yet? Are you lost, sir? It's actually not that bad. Like, it's kind of interesting till you get to here. Yeah. Yeah, that got me. I'm trying not to piss people off with this stream, but sometimes I just can't help it. I don't think you're like, I'm just in general, like, I can be rather opinionated on things, and I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing yet. That's like when I came back to streaming after a little while, there was like no one here. I was like, well, I think I did it. Probably said something I didn't even realize and pissed a bunch of people off. What can you do? Oh, this is good. This is good. What? 0.03M. I don't know why. It might just be my head, but I think M scales better. And this is also where doing things based on vertical height as you get to the responsive sizes is just like, it's so misleading because it's really somewhere around here. Uh-oh. Why is this in view height? Wait, have these always been in view height? Sorry. This is blowing my mind right now. Yes, it has been. I understand why. Yeah, the height's probably going to be the bigger limiter. So I might mess with the line breaks eventually. Like looking at responsiveness, like maybe it makes more sense to have 2 lines of text that go longer, but I can have them bigger. Like that might be the approach. But that, you know, I get it now. So yeah, I mean it's all sorts of things you find. I find. Why is this? I'm just gonna stop asking hypothetical questions out loud that I already know the answer to, and none of them are good. That height's silly. I will say the one thing that is frustrating with Webflow is link colors. You can't specify like a high level div and have all text be a certain color, at least as far as I know, and have it apply to links. Links are always going to override, and like up the chain, it's going to go to all links. And there's no way of like all links within primary CTA text, as far as I know. I'd love to find out that I'm wrong. This should not be, this should be. Someone really whistling. Kid screaming. I don't know how much gets picked up. I think there's a filter. Oh yeah, you're not getting any of this. It's like, there's a kid crying and then someone whistling to try and get the kid to stop crying. Both are equally obnoxious. I think I remember you saying that you started these streams to give back to the design community and promote yourself. After doing this for a while, would you say that you're feeling fulfilled? I don't think I'll ever feel fulfilled. I think that's one of those things that's just going to evade me forever. Kind of what keeps me motivated and going. I look at like, it's probably wrong and bad, but like fulfillment almost feels like complacency in my head. I've kind of created this false equivalency between the two, and I don't know. I feel like I've been getting a lot of messages lately from people who have been watching, like they've been finding my channel through like the reel, or through any sort of organic means, finding me on Twitter, whatever, and sending me emails and stuff and messages saying like, saw the stream, like really appreciate it, like blah blah blah, getting into whatever they got out of it. And I think that's awesome. Like that's all I would really want. And and before I took a little break, I was wondering about like the actual benefit. Like, is anyone really getting out of this? Because I think I'm sacrificing efficiency to try and give back, and like this is my way of doing it, and ultimately not knowing whether or not it's a good approach or not. And so I like grappled with it a little bit. Like I think there's at one point one of the, I mean it's probably in the VOD somewhere of like, yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna keep doing this or not, because like I kept on like putting energy into it, and I just like I'd see a little growth and then it would just fall off, and I've seen it everywhere. Like that's kind of the arc of streaming. And I started getting into the place of like maybe I'm just like my characteristics, my personality is just not cut out for streaming. Like I'm not the most excitable person. Like you look at a lot of streamers who are popular and they're just like charismatic, like they could talk to a wall. Like I think a wall could outtalk me at some points. I ramble with the best of them. Very flat, monotone, kind of matter of fact, kind of dry. I don't know if that rubs people the wrong way. Like, so yeah, I didn't know if this was something worth doing for people. Like if they were just like, oh, that's cool, but he's kind of annoying to listen to. I don't really want to get too far down that road. But I don't know. I'm trying not to put too much stake into it. I should leave it 50%. So I don't think it's really doing much to promote myself because like organic discovery within YouTube is next to impossible. I think people find the channel if they already know about me. There's been a couple raids on Twitch that I think helped, but yeah, it's still not quite to that level of like, I think I'm giving back with some of the knowledge sharing, but I think like we were talking about before, like review streams or like however I can be helpful. I think that's kind of what I don't get a lot of in my current professional career. Like I don't mentor a lot of people, so maybe that's a good thing. I don't know, but it's just not there, and kind of a bummer. I wish I did more of it. This should not be having padding underneath. ETA primary text. It should be 0. So yeah, I think it's got a little way to go in terms of like reaching what I would think is like what I would hope for. I don't know. I don't really know what I hope for. Also, maybe that's kind of weird to say, but I have no illusions of like knowing what this is supposed to be or could be. It's just fun to like interact with people again. That's my kind of thing. Who's gonna get this to work? There we go. Weird. Yeah, like seeing people come in and having these dialogues to me is like, it seems like people are getting something out of it. I'm getting something out of it, talking to and like interacting with people, getting alternate perspectives, like people asking me about like, oh, have you seen this? No, I haven't, and that's awesome. I wish I had known about that before, but I'm kind of in my own little world a lot. So it's interesting, man. It's really interesting. Layout kills me until I get it to the right height, and then I'm just like, all right, yeah, that's how I should do it. No, you can't. I think -3 is what I had originally. Is it? It is. It's these I gotta fix. And trust me, I tried to like make these. I probably shouldn't be doing it here. I know I shouldn't be doing it here. Like making this into something like its own one character. Not gonna do it. Maybe later. We'll see. Something about like the waves. I feel like that could be a mark. This is what they want as their logo. They've had it forever. I'm not crazy about it, but it could be worse. Tight. Hmm. It's a z-index problem. No, why is that? Type there. Hero anchor's fine here, but it's not here. Something happened. Body content. I feel like there's a height problem in the hero. Hero, 100 view height, minus 14. Well, this is getting all weird. This is 12 view height. So the switch to mobile, I think, is really what's kind of messing with me right now. So this should be 12. Well, 12 will get me to that, but this is where, again, you get into trouble as you start forgetting. I start forgetting that, like, view height calculated to a taller height, it's going to seem like you got a lot more room to play with. Let's see. Font size is bad. Why not? You see the image size is still wrong. 65.5. Why? I don't understand that. I mean, usually when I get into this problem, I start looking for like blue. That's where things start changing between viewports because I know it's fine here. Hero anchor is clickable. There's no reason why I would put pointer events none on a hero anchor for here, so that's not the problem. It's got to be something about this is coming up or the height's wrong of the hero. But it doesn't look to be. Hero's still 100 viewport. Or view height. This is not up. That's not up. It's not up. What is this? It's the main. Hundred view height, absolute bottom. Oh, I think because these now go to auto height. This needs to go to auto. We're back. You can see the animation in because I changed the font size to be bigger. It's not moving enough. I'll just have to look at what the biggest font size is and then retroactively retroactively go back and just modify that move. Make sure the move is enough. I don't understand why this is too tall. It's got to be 65 feet of height. 64? 4? That's not what you like to see. I almost prefer to get into pixels at this point versus view height. It's just kind of there's not as much to gain by doing view height, and it previews a lot better. Might be short-sighted. Background color. Here. You want to debug something, send the colors to Mars. It's one way to find things. This is not a good idea. I don't want to have this like fade out everywhere. That's the problem. There's a lot of S images on different pages, and I don't want them all fading out at landscape mobile. It's just this one. Some sliders. Again, not the greatest name, but so I don't know if this is going to do it. So this would be resort. Yeah, well, this is resort. So it's all spinning off this color. So if I just do like a darker version, I can kind of play with it. Like I want to kind of just, I'm just trying to keep it like on, like inheriting some of those like warmer tones through the image, but also darkening it. It's like somewhere around here, and I might need to change font color. These are all broken again. Where I don't have this available. $10, $20, $15. Why is this? Well, feels like I'm doing something wrong for that to work, to be that different when not much has changed. Seems like it did it. I do have to think through the scroll interaction on those. Because it'd be nice to have these kind of like scroll in. I don't know if it's going to do it now. I haven't looked at this in a while. Yeah, it's kind of static. And so, you know, on scroll, I should probably fade them out. And don't have to fade these out as aggressively. Because that's what's like from here, it's got to fade out to not get in the way with that, which it's still kind of doing. I need to refine that too. All stuff, it's like, now I can't really worry about that. I got to make sure just everything functions properly and like responsively. I'm probably gonna, oh, I've been going almost 4 hours. Decent amount accomplished today. Try to understand what happened there. Apparently an island somewhere, specified height. I don't need that container anymore. I've been trying to simplify my code a lot too. I don't understand what the difference is between these. Shouldn't they render exactly the same? Oh, where's that padding coming from? Arrow. These are fucking identical. Weird. What you can do? I'll get to it eventually. Well, I forget about it, see it later after I launch, be like, oh shit, I never got to that. Sounds like me. Just looking big picture right now, making sure everything's in there. That's a little too small, even for me. Anchor link support. Like, where is this combo class coming from? I'm gonna go back, duplicate. Zero. This should be taller, apparently. Take it. Yeah, it needed that extra space. I think it's feeling decently good. Gotta fix that. I think they're gonna, I mean, so this is what we're working with right now. Like this is, I think this is Squarespace. Yeah, it's got the Squarespace. Favicon. But this is kind of where things are at right now and what I'm up against. So like what we're able to do so far. And like this is something I want to build out over years. Actually, if there's any developers in here who want to help out with something, I'd love to jam. I think it could be really fun to do some wacky ass design. I can't get you. I don't know if I can get you time on the island. But so Magic Seaweed is like this forecasting website. So they do a lot of, so there's like Surfline and Magic Seaweed. Those are kind of the two main ones. but they make all their data accessible by this API, and maybe there's like a 1 in 100 chance I could do it after struggling for a long time. But I feel like a developer would be super helpful to do, or to help out on this. I'd bug Ari, but I think he's kind of off in his own. He's got a lot of client work now and some other projects, so I don't think he's got bandwidth for it. Plus, I'm keen to work with some additional developers. Like, I'm not gonna just depend on one person for development. I think he's got his strong suits, but I don't know. I think there's some other people be great to work with. So if you want to, I'm doing this, I do it to my girlfriend, drives her crazy. Do like there's anyone out there who wants to fucking jam on this? I think it'd be fun just to do like a full icon set for it. Like, I think Schneider is the font. Like, I guess I said the quiet part out loud. I don't know, animating this could be really fun. Mr. Glocks. Let's do it, man. I'm not in a huge rush for this either. I've kind of told them, you know what, we'll get there. I educated them on the concept of fast follows, which I wanted to hit myself for saying that in an email to anyone else. But yeah, the idea was like down below here in the footer or integrated, maybe like a globally accessible thing, like could bury it in different areas of the site. I want to at least put local time, which I think I could probably figure out. It seems like it's pretty easy JavaScript thing to paste in there. But yeah, it'd be rad just to have like the conditions like accessible. I don't know, like I don't have the design finalized yet or the integration, like how it works. Maybe it's something off the top. I don't know how you can. We'd have to build it all like hand code. Probably wouldn't be a bad idea. Open to ideas. Blocks, let's see. Let's do it, man. Stuff looks dope. A lot of things going on here that I think would be really, like, I think you got the right. Yeah, like your skill set, I think would be fucking dope for this. Yeah, let's chat, man. Contact work. It's all like lorem. Yeah, does your this is, yeah, pull it up over here. Oh, like the just different effects, animations, like oh, looks like WebGL goodness. Yeah, I don't know, like it'd be interesting like how crazy we can get with it. I think for now it's probably gonna be like a lot of like animating numbers and data. Like I don't know what we can pull in terms of like real-time data. It'd be rad if it was like wind direction as it's like shifting. Maybe we just bake it in there. It's like it gives you a direction, like and you rotate to that direction, create just like I don't know, little like passive animations that maybe just like loop but are based on data. I don't know how that all works. Sorry for the lorem, the client assisted. Hey, it's all good. What position do you have at Apple? I don't work at Apple. Do I say I work at Apple? I have worked at Apple. I've so I was an interactive art director for Marcom Launch. So that's so if you like look up these different product pages, like I worked on AirPods Pro a little bit, not that much. I did some like initial concepts, and then you can see it in my reel. I just can't directly tie it or attribute it to Apple. Although people at Apple saw it and didn't say anything, so I think I'm okay. But this is like all WebGL generated. It's the craziest like design experiment I've ever done. But shit like this, like looking at different marketing sites, that's what I did freelancer and full time. It's not there anymore. Side project. So this is for Tavarua Island Resort. It's this very, very small island in the South Pacific off Fiji. Friend of a friend is like the manager of the island, and offered to do their website, and they were into it for some island time. So I don't know when. So because this is so popular with surfers and just people just going to relax, and they can only have 30 people on the island at one time, there's probably a long queue. I'm probably not going for a couple of years. So hopefully pandemic doesn't kick up again, and I don't know, cash in on that shit. MP me? I don't know what MP is. See if I can crack the case on this. Oh no, don't put that. Oh, DM. There we go. Can I?
Bon bah voilà.
So I'm following you. I don't know. Oh, that's chat. No, not that. How the fuck do you DM? I've never DM'd anyone in Twitch. So if you know how, if you want to send me a DM, I just followed you. Yeah, it'd be fun to jam on it. Yeah, if you got some ideas too, like promotion in terms of like what we could do to bring it to life, like it doesn't have to be anything super crazy. I don't even know where it lives, how prominent it is, but I think it could be fun. Yeah, this is all. Why? Yeah, I'm gonna have to finesse that stuff. But I think just seeing it work properly on mobile. Oh my god, this is not good. This is getting worse. What's the Am I missing something? Why would this be so like how is that the end result? 10. It's not gonna do it. There's a button when you click a username. Oh, whisper. Report. God damn it, I'm such a boomer. I'm sorry. I can't figure this out. Oh, up top. There we go. Just whisper. Oh no, mobile is no good. Again, this is the reality of it. Like a horizontal scroll. Something with this. These extra divs are so dumb. Ask. Yeah, I do need that. My landing page. Oh, there we go. Oh, love this animation style. Yep. Yeah, let's definitely chat. That'd be fun. Because I like told him about it like in passing, like, yeah, it'd be rad if we did it. Like, oh, we're gonna put the conditions on there, and I looked at the API and I was like, you want to give developer? I mean, I don't know. I don't know what we could do for helping out, but that would be rad. I've been getting the Webflow for the last 3 weeks, and it was so frustrating, but also rewarding. Stuff randomly doesn't work, but then I realized it was simply one of many bugs. Oh, yeah. Yes, yes. That is welcome to Webflow and development in general as I've experienced it. It's just like when things finally come together, it's awesome. It's like this most satisfying thing of like you just crack the code and it all works somehow. And the code gets easier and easier as you go through, but and you start like limiting some of those like little nuanced or like quirky things about Webflow sometimes, or just like simple development techniques. Like you just learn like, oh, I shouldn't do it that way. So it gets easier. Like you start missing some of those low level, just like jumping over that shit. But yeah, it is. It can be a whole thing. Just like this. Like I don't like why is this calculating this differently? This is horizontal. Oh, maybe it has to do with that stretch. Set it to the bottom. Yep. The line, for some reason, it was trying to stretch and it was adding all that spacing. Okay, why? So one way to find out when you have horizontal scroll is just start deleting things. Did it fix it? Yep. Okay, so it's in here. I have a feeling it's the image. It is not. Just kidding, I thought it was the text this whole time. Here it is. Yeah, that should be the problem. I think what I used to do a lot of, yeah, with 100%. That's the problem. Part of it. Auto. Is that even here? Was it really the CTA? It was. Hmm. Easy workaround. Not the best. I want to try and get it to work. It can be a little, it can try and hold horizontal, but then it wraps. But at least there's no horizontal scroll. So this max height should probably be like 400. Same with these. Homepage slider, max height, 500. Height, auto. Hmm. Okay, 100%. Why is that new here? This is where the pain kicks in. What did I say? Max height of 500 pixels. There we go. I think there's a better way of doing that, but I'm not going to be a hero today. I'm keep on trying to find better ways of figuring out how to do, like, not QA, but like figure out the transition from desktop to mobile. Like, is it best to like do one element and like go down through the different sizes, or is it better to like look at everything at each individual size and fix that? Still don't know. I think I'm gonna get this mobile cleaned up, and I'm probably gonna call it for today. I don't know how long this might take me a while, so maybe I'll be here for a little bit. Height, that get to 10 height. This thing's been so weird. Hmm. Spacing still feels strange. Oh, why is this so tall again? Hmm. Close enough. What, I just start like bobbing and weaving around? Like, I don't really know if this is the best way to do it, but I mean, I guess it's not really one way. I'm kind of doing both at the same time. 6. This feels tight compared to the hero for some reason. It's all in my head. This is going to be another level of finesse. I just want to get so it's not too broken. Yeah, I'm going to redo that. It's its own thing. It's not bad. Yeah, this can use a little finesse in terms of like how the scroll interactions work, but that's can be something that I just fix quickly after the fact. Publish this. Sweet. Yeah, I think I'm gonna call it there. Almost 4.5 hours. Not bad. I'm probably gonna come back. I don't know if I'll stream it. Maybe I'll stream later. I'm gonna just kind of just take a break, maybe get my life together, and then yeah, maybe I'll come back later, hop on, maybe get into some photos. I haven't added anything to the TV app for a long time, so I got to do that. But I really don't have. I got to get this done first. So maybe it's probably just gonna be the website if I come back. But yeah, thank you everyone who came through. Super fun stream. Pleasantly surprised for a Saturday. I thought I was the only one who'd be doing this. So yeah, thank you again. And then I'll either be back tonight or tomorrow as I'm grinding on this all the way through till tomorrow. So right on. Thank you everyone. And